we dey make available the short one copy to every chiefdom. We go make them CCAC sign. We know say we get 12 chiefdoms there, not also chairman. So we have to collect am from after. Yeah. So we will only write the things that we talk. But the things that they all dey inside that book, right? So let me know what we for do that. So the second one, 2022, we will get MOUs then we prepare, right? And then MOUs then they will find out say they don't dey work na boku councils them. We want to use this occasion for unite the discussion along the MOUs so that together una and the councils una go find way una go make am very very much effective. Then finally, once we talk about public money, we get for talk financial management. We very very important, and that be very much critical for the CACs. Why una for all work hand in glove with the council? Because the law put good things there when chiefdoms are supposed to do. And from experience, we don't say the chiefdoms are not doing well. And they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. Inside the 12 chiefdoms they will get. I don't say we get PCMP there, not so. We in the parliament also. They don't make laws there, but we not so. Any law where they make, yeah, we are. So the laws there where they make, where relate to chiefdoms, we want to take this opportunity for police sections there. Principally two laws there. One na 2004 when na the local government act. And in fact, we don't even now will come out to that day. We get 2022 local government act, and I believe say we'll be still in the 2022 na parliament, right? And then we also get one other law wey we call the Public Financial Management Act of 2016. Definitely we get PCMP wey dey na parliament 2016. So few things there when they talk about chiefdoms and wetin dem for do on financial management. That they will also want to take this opportunity for talk on them. So we go just talk briefly on the things that we don't go too deeply because we want them get the manual. And I believe say we will able to read them. For we will not able to read them, we will make sure say we talk on the critical things that were very much important in the manual. So that we will present them first, we will present the book, the manual, and me and Mr. Sadbai will do that one day. After that, we will ask Una to make a comment. Then from there, we take the MOUs and when inside it we talk about financial management. So if Una cooperate very well, we will make sure to talk on the development of Bombali, how we raise the revenues for development, work hand in gloves between we the chiefdoms and the local councils there for develop Bombali and also wetin they expect of we for manage the resources wey we collect on behalf of the chiefdoms as per the local government act of 2022 and the BFM act of 2016. So I will tap here and hand over back to the deputy secretary.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, your item now, the first row, don't drop up already. We don't pass that stick there now. So now we want to come to the statement and realizing that we began the chairman where the no welcome we want to come to the administrative side because most of the things that we want to talk about now, it has to do with the administrative operation of how we get our money. So we first speak now, we want to pass the mic over to the chief administrator of the Bombali District Council for make your statement relative to what we did now for. Mr. Chief Administrator, please.
Now you got another mic, please. Thank you very much, DS, my honorable chairman, my honorable paramount chief of Mara, representative from FDD, all paramount chief presidents, CSCs and the CCAC. I want for reaching all this morning and again for welcome to this meeting. Of course, this morning we are the most happiest somebody this district because the challenges we get in terms of revenue, in terms of funding, for where we able or do we come manage with a service delivery like a serious challenge. And this fight we don't take where we depend. Because most times the councils are all who sign middle work, the revenue business is only limited. Now the chiefdom them will close to the city because now most of the councils are there. Different society get just a district council. But most times the councils are the co-located council. And when we target revenue on that side, they find out say maybe not 2 chiefdoms. Now we can always concentrate. Wherein the other chiefdom they all can lie low in terms of revenue. So we've been not there on this fight for very long. Then of course the MOU will come. We say for there we team up with the local authorities them or the chiefdom authorities them for them we will collect revenue based on percentage. And when I remember that MOU day, we can believe say most of the CCAs they give gets a bigger percentage than we when at council. So we now when collect half, we get 12 chiefdoms and believe say we will get no percentage where in we put into service delivery. When I took over Bombali district administration, I don't try. Small, we go now, so other chiefdom therefore, then we try to extend, we revenue drive. We identify more areas where we go, try for me to the chief, try for me to the CSC then, where they are the place, try for me to the chairman then, and then look at the we start to do something like a pilot, wherein we've been doing 1 month, 2 months, but we will get serious problem of sabotage. Because as soon as turn on back, when we say we go the other 10, we go the meet different strategy. And again, I want to inform FDDC we will get a challenge with Traders Union na Bombali district. When we try for go into the chiefdom them, we try for go into the lumos them, Traders Union and kind inside we go don't agree with the chairman they within at the ground, don't agree with the paramount chief for make we go put a certain amount we will collect Traders Union, then kind inside within a year. They say because the traders and I they come out and go to the luma then. So that they then go put some obstruction. So because of the challenges that they will get, because you know say revenue, we want to come out go, we dey spend more. And when you dey collect revenue, you know for spend more than what you dey collect. So see and say that pilot drive they will be take, it will be challenging. Because remember, put VL and Motoka, get me staff that will come and seek. For long go institute this revenue program there. We find that very difficult to go once or go the 1 whole month to don't spend per fair because cooperation not there. So me now one person wait to make us say I'm happy because we get the paramount chief when at the head of the chiefdom. Then we get the CAC then when at the financial people then. Although we they get some other complaints from paramount chief, they say the CAC they not open up in terms of the revenue. So you get some challenges then at some other chiefdom that we are in. The paramount chief and the CAC. Now, 2 different ways than they see. So we get in challenges and this time experience where I can face, where I try for extend the revenue drive that a particular area there. So now that make us say, I'm glad because we all there today, this is the division of the country, where they get on each district. And as we know, We don't get donor fatigue. We don't get money quick. But if we able to get that money, I believe say the developments that we can arrange from the day, we will continue for one. But if the money not come, we don't go able to do the developments in the day. That's one. It's very clear. Then also the local government acts. The service say now we for supervise the chief of administration, the finances in terms of putting themselves for their budgets. Because this all they can do, I'm not for left una. So una self for prepare budget for the year. What you una they do with this money will go for collect to shape. So that's how we start to supervise this budget. And one will say, una say no implement. Because when they say local council, now Bombali district council in the look, but it comprises of all the 12 chiefdoms. But when the pressure come, when auditors they come, they not see precepts, we they get challenge. They not see revenue they come up from the chiefdom. Now a challenge. Una they charge. Now we they charge. We the council say, una no make seriousness for una collect this revenue. Why are they talk this? Most of una are not being able to meet with una. But this is not the problem. We don't go to Kalanga, we don't go to Kamasiki, we don't go to Binkolo. All of the Luman and the major Luman, they all who don't visit there, all who don't try for, who don't institute, don't do a pilot. So we don't get database, we don't put now, we know say we extend more, we get more. And you get some chiefdom then at Bombali, you go to the headquarter towns there, they get shops there. They got very big shops there. We can able to collect something. Property rates. A day, you got some chiefdom there. You know they even back in it. So all of them things that the way you see are a day idle. So me message to now this morning now that let we put them together for let we districts, let it go before. Because now we they work now. The money they get, I know they take a go spend on at Tombolili. We know we take a go spend on a put local. Now we spend on. When bridge broke, who are they call? Chairman. When they tell chairman, who are they call? CA. So if the government not send money, they will see say this chiefdom they do very well. What we go do? We go try for now, say how best we go fix that bridge. Yeah, they get potential. We get money on that side. We not go allow let that bridge rip well. We not go allow let that culvert rip well. But when I see sometimes it's slow for how they do development, it's very difficult. And now like for run the administration, now like on a council, all man go say, me na Bombali district that you go na me council. You go bluff to your other company. Go na me council, let's show things happen. So now that make a gladdy for una there and law will take to what government say. Because not so we no more within a council, they go take the law. Not so we no more go abide by the law. Una self for abide by this law. So now like una there, we all for can agree. Say this revenue law collector, you know the kind of pockets. But according to the MOU, I believe in a 60-40. One will test some side. I will print receipts. We bring other people then. We do other spending. At the end of the day, the finance say we they spend more. But why make we do a pilot? Now make we incur the expenditure then they. But actually, now for now your benefits. For them, when achieve them, let us say benefits. Because who get 40, who not get 60, who able to do something to 40, what you not go do with the 60? Who not say go do something? Not so? You go to the lumen, the most of the lumen, the toilets no dey, water no dey. Now the ground access to for Amboguna. But you say the work, some of you for Amboguna. But you say the work, some of you na they una born. Who say una BCCS una born? You know how you go work in a place for 5 years, 6 years. And say that they all be the work here, they not do no better thing. So now I don't want to take una much, but me, the big una do ya whatever we go for can get at this strategy as the FDD team they come also today. We they begin work with this strategy straight for let we see what are the benefits, not for the council no more, but for una self, the chief down there. I want to tell una all thank you for una come for this program and let God make what they agree on. Let we go agree on them. And this, all man, they can put your signature there. When you reach, not to I know they go again for go tell you new thing. But they go for remind you. This is saying that's how they collect revenue. So now it make even a slow down because this strategy may come and also we all go come together for let we push up. This man, may you choose not so. I don't send him na place. Me self na me go dey. I don't see the potential over there. I tell you, that's the potential over there is very, very high. So if we work together, we will able to get this revenue where we want. So you see government come out, then come, they're very serious about this thing. And Oda go say, you know, they go by you don't offend government. From there, we'll get punitive actions we will take against that particular set of people that will say they don't allow Bombali the street go before. I tell you now, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. CA. Thank you. At least the CA don't knock the nail in my head. And so we expect that after all this, let we transform the strategy to action and then the action to impact, so that at the end of the day, we able to forget what we want. There is one thing where I can always say, in all the meetings of this nature, the Bombali district people voted for this council with an expectation that this council will come better than life. It will be painful. Whatever position of leadership you hold in a local governance, it will be painful to you people themselves, or you yourself the lead, for say that another 5 years don't go by, you know, you do nothing for them after they don't vote for you. If you are a paramount chief, you get for the day for life. Don't forget, say, you don't turn the dawn. The generation after you, the young turn will come. The only thing we don't remember you for, now what you left behind. And what you left behind? For the physical impact na the life of the people that we don't rule that chiefdom day for that long. And so we all know, say, the chiefdoms then constrain. It's obvious. But let me remember, say, the local governance thing where they talk about, now one of the recommendations for we peace strategy in this country after the war, because the foundation was governance being there too far from the local people. Therefore, bring governance close to the people. And me, I can always say, when I want to talk about Ministry of Health in Bombali district, I know they talk about Ministry of Health in Freetown, and they talk about Ministry of Health in Bombali District Council. When I want to talk about Ministry of Agriculture, I want to talk about the Committee on Agriculture in Bombali District Council. When I want to talk about ministry, we get for the impact the life of the people, I talk about the committee in the district council, because the proximity between the ordinary man and governance is very close between the council and the ordinary people, instead of with the government. So we all get role for play for bringing improvement and development to the doorsteps of we people. The reason why we get an eye today, for coming practical solutions to the problem of revenue generation. I remember very well Mr. Saliu Kamara make reference for say, they don't know that they get tired. They get tired of doing fish, then they like we now have to go fishing for ourselves. And so we got to take ownership of that land. And now we see how best we can go. So I don't want to take much of my time. I want to pass the mic over to the NCPC chairperson for Bombali District for make a statement.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody here. Please, I will beg for stand on existing protocols. I think this meeting is very, very important with the paramount chiefs and with CCACs. If I recall, where the chief administrator of the top, I think it decides they are only getting benefit from the peri-urban chiefdoms where they around Bombali. That is maybe Manti and Makari. So we they far, you know, they get much from we. I think this is not the time where you could stand tall for revenue start for the collecting of various children. I think in me, personal and generally for me, brother Paramount Chieftain, why they talk on the behalf, I want for tell this body say today with the Paramount Chiefs, we are going to be more cooperative than ever before because the CA talker say the councillors then they come for 5 years. With the Paramount Chief, even the PS now said make a clear say with the Paramount Chiefs we are there for life until we expand at this world. So whatever development will take place in our various chiefdoms at the time we are alive. Now the point as they wait and go point tomorrow say this Paramount Chief waiting there alive like this and this and this, you know. And to be sincere, revenue and in more council go get where then go bring development at the doorstep of people. So I don't need for talk much. I just want to commit myself and my brother and say, this time around, we go work with the new strategy we government don't bring camp, and we go work with the district council in the area of revenue mobilization. But me personally, I guess I will say revenue they per waste now. I will not talk and I want to take serious action in that. Now me chiefdom, I get a multinational company where for the rest of the year, over 1,000 trucks are coming from the sub-region and they come for by the ENE. There, after this meeting, council, we'll make sure we'll go tell somebody, for the clients, they will come outside, say hello for come by, we'll know what them for begin pay, and trucks the day. As I talk now, 7 or 8 daily, we don't come out from the sub-region. I believe say that could make difference. For me, on children way far from the city, because we have some Paramount children, particularly PCM carry always. They say we in the suburbs, but believe me, the children, although it in the suburb, but it can turn for me a generating funds for the district council. What we don't see, and also they appeal through the CA. We need for strengthen the collaboration between the Paramount Chief, who CAC there, and with you, the council. The CAC there, me CAC there, I don't know whether they collect whether they collect dues from the small shop they will get there, I don't know. So, but if we can meet at least quarterly, I think it will be fine. It be like a reporting. They will CAC, they can report before we the Paramount Chief and you the CA. For see how effectiveness don't commence at that time. So I go kindly ask for that. What we don't see, this revenue, we don't say whether the ring and away, so me from out on me Paramount Chief, I'm moving above 11 years. For this thing, the way I the ring and away is, this don't show say, government don't say, the European community, we can help more in America. The NEPA scale down most of the assistance now in Africa. So it means we self therefore take the bull by the horn, but Lord make sure the funds then generated. We thank God they make and clear say there is a sharing mechanism. But within the kind of the district council, within the left and the chief of council, where we say we do real little jobs within the communities. Once more, on behalf of the Paramount Chief of Bombali district, we're ready for work with whatever strategy we want to bring, and we're ready for collaborate with the district council for the betterment of the chiefdoms there, because whatever good thing we do for we, whatever good thing happen after your lifetime, people then go talk say in the days of this Paramount Chief, and this thing happen. In the days of this councillor, and this thing happen. Once more, I tell you a lot of thanks for what I'm calling. With we see there, Lord can see the way forward. Now, thank you.
Thank you very much, PC. Thank you so much. Lord God for the PC again. Eventually, we all talk from the same points, and we all emphasize the need for strengthening the collaboration between the council and the chiefdom councils. With a way of making statements, I don't want to say too much. I already don't say many things. But I want to use this opportunity that we get the paramount chiefdom for also make say as a ministry, we dey on the verge for review the positions of the CAC and CCACs. Because obviously, all of these issues they talk about, what they do, what they not they do, the man not get job description. The man is not get qualification to your appointment. You know, that's why they take tag and whether they perform or not. You know they. And so, recently I write to all the DOs and the SDOs for giving the list of chiefdom functionaries where then they pay from government coffers. Because it will pay you for no say. They're not there on permanent and pensionable employment at all. Wait, oh no, my God, you don't. We want to migrate them into the permanent and pensionable establishment, whereby themselves will do their own contribution, and when they retire, they will get pension and gratuity. So, if you are not, I've been doing requests from all the DOs and the SDOs for give me the list, your date of birth, your date of first employment, and we engage with the Ministry of Finance and we will come out with a policy on that direction. As we speak now, we get about 557 of them where will be not scaled down, where they don't get redundant, but they don't get nothing today. Some don't die, some don't all. They get stranded, I understand. But now that we want to put an end to now. And so, like they say, that singular action will close one gap. Because we now go get an instrument where we use for judge the performance of the CAC and the CCAC. So now you now get for sure say you now this is supposed to do what you not do. Now you get an assessment point and assess their performance. But please let we know say that they get for come with a qualification we'll get for tag to that job description we'll get for do. Let that be noted. All right. So without much, I don't want to say too much. We will get on to the discussions as we go. So, but now we come to the height of the matter. What to make there? We will now come to the presentations. I want for all we all follow be attentive. The reason is the other who can represent that Mboku. You know, finally take the wrong message to them. They finally pay attention to what they can present so that at the end of the day, when you go back, you're able to tell them the right thing. Because most of the time, the problem, no matter of perception, then they can't collect no more. What do they get now? And if we pay attention to these discussions, and that message now we get for take back. Because don't forget, we are dealing with the paramount chiefs now. We are dealing with the CCAC now. The bigger ones out there. The bigger ones out there, now the section chiefs, the town chiefs, and the land, we're not there. And so, the message, now we get for take to them. And please, let we listen and pay attention. Like Mr. Salu Kamara say, the whole thing, then at the book, they will show us so just now. And then the smaller version of that one. But again, the question will be, almost for we go get time for reader. So now we get answer to that question. Now we pay attention to the critical issue that they carry it, so we able to go discuss them. So without much ado and not saying anything, I want to take the opportunity for officially open this discussion and for ask that we now start the presentation. Let we all be attentive. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes.
Good, thank you, Chairman. So the first presentation actually na the DS now Wale formally hand over the strategy to the chairman and the PC chair. You know, so as a symbolic gesture. Yes, so this is not the full strategy where you will formally hand over to the district council chairman first. Yes. Then this now the abridged version, simplified version, I will hand over to the PC chair. Yes, as a symbolic gesture. Yes. So we don't talk a lot about strategy. Don't only talk the rest of the day, we not see the strategy. And we say, they buy cow for invoice, not see the cow. So now the cow is, yeah. So we don't formally do the strategy. Yeah. So now we can talk about another so. The beginning don't get name, no so. We call Bombali District Council Revenue Mobilization Strategy 2026 to 2030. So the rest of the conversation for the day is around the what's in the inside Abukri. So we can forget, as my colleague Sally been saying earlier, we can forget 3 presentations. These are the first of them. And this is how we can start. So I will do instead get 3 parts. I will do the first part. Mr. Kamara will come, do the middle, then I will finish. Then we will do 2 other presentations. May advise, especially to the chiefs and then Minister of Finance, the CAC there, Leo will be paying attention. Unless you want for take notes, for comments and questions, do not copy what's in the screen, not take picture, because it is inside the document. Yeah? The document, if I what's in the document, it's more than what's in the screen. Yeah? And then the other issues that we'll talk about there. So what's in interest we post is also the discussion. Now the first step down in what's in the chairman say, how you translate the document into action. Otherwise the document will end up in a shelf. So we know and so today that we want to demonstrate that today. All the stakeholders, the major stakeholders there, for turn this paper into action and then at this room. Right? So low begin forget an honest conversation around the issues within the document. Right? I mean the first key word, from what I already so far now, what the chairman start with, he emphasize sustainable development. Right? A vision for the district where he thinks this strategy will support. Now for ensure that sustainable development can Bombali District Council. Right? But how? So the strategy now one of the answers to the how part of how to do that. And again, now we bring this document, we bring limited copies of that, so don't everybody just forget. We have to be strategic. Now strategy also. So we have to be strategic on how we distribute the document. Yeah. So one forget how impact. So now the most influential. We'll go this now the outline, a introduction, very brief. We'll talk on why we get the strategy, tips of the strategy. Then we'll go into the data, the results of the council efforts, especially in the last 5 to 6 years in revenue collection. We will see what in then tell we say at the potential at the district, potential revenue, and then what in they actually collect. Right? They will get discussion around the difference. Yeah. Then we will, of course, the challenges we then face. We most likely account for the difference in performance versus the targets. Then we'll talk about the strategies themselves. The strategy means now ideas where we sit down with the council, not to we own ideas, they're not foreign, right? And by the way, every council now the country get forget the strategy. So far, we don't do, I think about 19. Yes, we don't do about 19. We don't do strategy for 19 councils, right? Why you need to do strategy for individual councils? Because then challenges them will be different. Some challenges them will common, right? But largely they will get your individual difference. We'll see all of that. Yeah. Then so now we'll get specific strategies for Bombali District Council. They will also discuss the general strategy we cut across all councils, yeah? Then we will talk about revenue forecasting. Revenue forecasting is important, but we'll get to that one richly. Yeah, and then finally we'll talk about the council then responsibility for reports, right? For report on voting and collect, because that's another challenge you will identify. A lot of people they say, we don't know what the council they collect, right? And what they do with the money. So the strategy also touch on that. What are the reporting obligation? What are them for report to? How often them for reports? And which kind of report for go to UDA, right? So we'll touch on that. But we want to emphasize, say this not to central government document, right? And the way una get una open and they see the very first statement now from the chairman. You know, a signer and stamp and for authenticate say he endorse what's in the inside the message as the council in document and as the council in message. Yeah. And also as we go through this presentation and other presentations there, when I see say now just a detailed version of what's in the CAC, right? In fact, the CA for me the CA last for me on top, right? Because it just summarizes neatly everything we can discuss, from budgeting, the children, the responsibility. You know, as we go through the regulars, really see the council now then tell me what they want for the inside this document. Then we sit down together, we write down so that again it come up from center, Ministry of Local Government and Finance, for everybody in Bombali District Council to see this document, this council document get the endorsement of central government. That means we there. Yeah, and of course, central government too, as my colleague said, the World Bank provide the funds, you know, for all the consultation, which we do now for. But the document, na Bombali District Council, then document. Yeah. So we'll go through this quickly, this first part. Again, everything with the Senate today, right, is based on the law, right? The CCAC, they will be there in 2022. Yeah, we will discuss the MOU. Now remember. CCACs, remember? Now this all. Remember, I mean, you can also, right? What you say? The law, did, right? But the reality, not so, right? So the MOU now the reality, right? But first, this strategy, we discuss the law, we'll start with the law, then later we'll come out to the reality. Yeah? But the reality, now they inform the need for negotiation and the need for collaboration, right? So all the other things are now we're talking around, or the how and around the reality. Yeah. So the law, as other speakers do not say, the principal law for decentralization and local government act. Not so we don't get two versions so far. We get the first series, the first version 2004. Then after 20 years, or nearly 18 years, we don't learn. We say this speaking, it don't match up by law. It don't match up. So let's see. Right, how the rest of your life will look like. So we get another version in 2022, right? So now these are the 2022 version. Yeah, in section 49 of the Local Government Act, it clearly say or broadly say how councils operations, you know, for be financed, right? It tells you see the first, see number one, the number one source now all source. Revenue. So that's one of the first answer to Chairman's question. How do you ensure sustainable development? You know, say if you raise your revenue, the first solution to sustainable development, land for raising your revenue. So all source revenue. Then central government and give functions to councils. So central governments they get an obligation for ensure that the money then will be used for finance, then functions, and the way in me perform there, it transfer to local councils. Yeah. So now we call the central government grant. They will get transfer of delegated funds. What are delegated funds? We all know say school bus service. They know so school bus service, especially the city councils. There we know, but they know so. Now, if you go to the act for provide transportation, not to council function. Yeah. Yeah, education and council function, but transportation not to council. It came from in school, from a host to a school and school to the host, not to council function and Ministry of Transport or private sector function. Right? But government see the need for provider service and they say, okay, this function, Ministry of Transport no will provide and you district. So we give you the responsibility and the resources and the staff for provider. So now we call delegated function. Yeah. So now temporary government can withdraw them back. But also, once government give the function, it also give the resources for fund that function. So now, going forward, because we therefore talk about sustainability and source revenue, the law go on for a clearly list, right? The main sources of revenues. What's in them? We talk about precepts, right? The local tax, precepts of local tax. What's in the bookman called poll tax, right? Then are the postings. Then we talk about property rates. We talk about license, where we can talk about generalized as business license. What are licenses and they? Yeah. Fees and charges. What in our fees and charges? Fees, as the name connotes, it's like school fees. You pay, you expect. Also, which is different from tax, right? You pay and you expect service in return. You want to use this all, right? For whatever reason, you come to the council. I want to use the council giving conditions. You pay, they use the service. Yeah. Charges every day. Charges. It's similar to fees and to fees. Share of mining revenue. Mining they happen, you go to the Mines Act, you did it. Yeah, now from day first, you don't need them bring and canal. That council forget share, surface rent, right? We don't say they don't bring and can down lately, right? But it did the council for still get share. Then there are other mining revenues where council also can entitled to. We get interest and dividend. What does this mean? It means council can establish business, guest house, right? Different kind of businesses, as long as they continue to generate revenue for them. That's also a part of the sustainability. You raise money, you invest in an asset where you give money. And money they bring money. You know so if you don't invest, you go reap. You will up. They will say any other revenue that central government will decide, okay, this will be transfer to local council. So it means the council and potential at any time can change. Government can give them more revenue. Right? Can decide say NRA, some of this we need to have a one year to council at any time. Yeah. So why we do this strategy, right? We start from 2022 from the MOU. Right? The MOU, in the rush, we say there was an emergency, all them blabber them, it happened, challenges them with the councils that they face, challenges them with the councils that they face for mobilized revenue. We say we want to provide a detailed guide, right? Step by step, break and down, very simple language on how council will increase, right, the revenue we then collect on a yearly basis. For ensure sustainability as Chairman said. We say, of course, sit down, do consultations, and identify. I mean, this now council, and look at it for identify solutions that we think say, then we will implement, for ensure the increase in revenue. Then revenue projection, because across the councils, even with FCC, right, we see this is a challenge, right? Revenue projection is highly technical, right? But we don't give to council staff the deputy secretary will talk about capacity. Those who are the chiefs on council level. Those are chiefs on council no more. They also in our local council, right? We get finance officers there with highly experienced, right? But some councils not get, right? But then same finance officers then even with the experience, the workload will occupy them, right? You know, now no more than a council, right? You got accountant with paper, but then they process all the transactions. They get the time for sit down, for collect the data you need. Revenue forecasting require a lot of data. We will see that later on. So we think that this guide will also help on how the council will do revenue forecasting. So broadly, these are some of the things that we'll see in the case of Bombali District Council for each of the revenue streams there. Property tax, for instance, the data we analyze tell we see now one of the main sources, we have one of the strongest potential, in about 23%, right, of the revenue we then collect from 2019 to 2024, and from property rates, right? And then, somebody will talk earlier, say they're not even go far, I think two chiefdoms, right, largely around the city now they collect. Imagine they expand them, right, we bring in more revenue. Then we say from 2021 to 2023, we see say the thing they increase, right? Increase by up to Okay, 2019 to 2024 in total, but for 2021, 2023, on a yearly basis, 2021 37%, which was higher than 2023 26%. So what is the theory? Right? On a year by year basis, we see the fluctuation. You see, so the effort, the level of effort where the council they put in, they change, right? On a year, you're not constant. Because you expect, like for instance, some councils, especially city council, you see it constant because they don't establish a system where it's sustainable. You know, so every year if you look around 23, 24, 25%, they in around that range, you know, will go sharply. But look now from 1 year is 23%, then the other year is about 37%. Right? That's about 14% difference, you know, in 2 different years. What do you account for that? We will see the challenges. You see, fees and charges, we see self they contribute. That's the second most important source. You see the property tax, now only these 3 chiefs that they collect, Makari, Banti, and Bombali Shebora. That's around the city. Then this now the number of properties then so far we didn't collect, we didn't get at the system, we didn't get information about 7,000. And we think see the number of properties that we didn't have this is far more than that. No, more than twice, maybe even up 3 times than that. So but until they collect the data, right, they're not able to administer because the law very specific on how you charge property rates. Otherwise, people will challenge you. If you now go to court, you go lost. The council will forget the system. They will forget the information. You don't challenge them, nobody will respond. So we go to local tax. You see, 2019 to 2024, just 4% of the total revenue, you know, where the council receive. Only 4%. Market dues, you see. You see, they get, of course, these are a different kind of market, but they get a lot of challenges. I think from the data we see nothing really coming. Business license 9%, we think it's small. Yes, property rates high, but usually business license can be very close to property rate contribution. It's not really too far. Right? We think say Bombali district council will get more potential than that. Fees and charges, you see, it's the most important. You see, about from 2018 to 2024, about 60%. And for me, then it gets 2 implications. One, we can say, now credit to the council. It means that they make money from the services the way they provide, right, to the citizens. Because now something unlike tax is obligatory, you get for pay, right, regardless of the council performance. Right, you get for pay, but services, right, you get the money in return for what you provide, right? So why that is good, but we think say the other sources they get potential and we need to explore them potentials indeed. Of course. So we don't talk a lot about percentages. But as I say, percentage is relative, right? You can get 100 loans, 100 loans of 100 is 100%, not so, right? But 100 million, it's 100 million of 100 million, 100%. So they're also 100%. But which one you will choose, right? So let's see now, what are the actual numbers? This we start first with waiting Bombali this, I mean, from different in different years, from 2019 to 2024. Where they know they present to the Ministry of Finance as them potential for each of the revenue streams that we don't talk about. Local tax, right, over the years, in 2019, according to the council, then your projection, right, for that year of the what you expect for receive from the chiefs on them, as Chris said, now being 50,000, right, or 50 million in all years, right? So you don't see now roughly around that level, maybe. I think the lowest at 2020. Remember, Ebola been there. COVID been there. something slow. So possibly I made a projection low. See 2021 said the same. But see roughly it's around 40, 50 million old loans, right? Now the council in your estimation of voting at the potential. Right? Property rates, it's around 375,000, new loans or 375 million old loans in 2019. Then the forecast for the increase state by 2024, then say about 530,000 new loans. Then your estimation, right, of what in things they able collect. Remember, they say now from only 3 chiefs of the collect, also largely around the mechanicity. Yeah. So these are all the forecasts there. In total, then tell we say now an important thing for note currently. So what are the highest contributor? You see, still fees and charges. No, so still 619, which is we go say like credit to the council is that the expectation of they generate more money from the services that we then provide, from the billboards, right, or rental and all the small services we then provide. Then believe say we'll give them the most revenue. Yeah. Then second we see property rate. Do so. So in total for 2019, estimate around 1 billion old loans or 1 million new loans, and then by 2024 we only increase about by 800,000, right? New loans, about 800 million new loans in that 5 years day, right? So that's not in forecast. So let's see now how they perform. This is now what they collect, right? Over the years, property rates. Remember, they may say what they been forecast in 2019, 375, not so, or 1 billion, right? You see what they collect? They forecast 317. For property rates, what they collect? 76. Right? In total, I'll be 1 billion also. So what they collect? About 631, right? And so on. So now that we don't do. Look what they don't collect. Okay, we can compare what they say they will collect and what they actually collect. But let's see now what they actually collect. What they disabled do. Say in total, say look down to the nearest year, 2024, about 1.2 billion. We see they don't do well, I think, since 2023. You see, effort don't increase significantly from 2023 and 2024. That means something don't change, right? From 2022, see, be there around 500. Look, first they fluctuate. 2018, they high, right? 2019, they go down. 2020, continue for go down, maybe because of COVID. Then in 2021, they go up again, increase significantly, right? They begin go down back. But then from 2023, we don't see a new trend don't happen. That means the rate at which they increase is faster. Yeah. So the effort they go from 2023 to 2024, more effort don't go into the revenue collection. Then the discussion will come around it. Yes, we know say the council leadership don't change, finance officer and a new one, the CSF new, but we did see in these last 2 years, that account for a lot of difference. But even with 1.2 or 1.4 million new loans, what you able to do with that? You have about generator they run so, right? Government not send money, and now even what government is sent for administrative expenses, it don't reduce over the years, right? Now it almost negligible, right? So the council don't have a funding operation. The council gets staff there. We go to government they pay. Now only 14 staff government they pay. All the other staff in the council they pay. So all that from now need for commot. That 1.4, 1.2 billion whole years. You have to buy paper, you have to print, you have to do all kinds of things. So we don't do all that. How much you have for left? For do anything else? You want to build markets. You will even, let's say you use say 50%. 50% of this is about 600. 600 million whole loans, right? Or 600,000 millions. How much you able to do with that? Let's say, don't know they're not give money. And government give money for project. How much project that they will do? I doubt we will renovate this, even this building. You know, so that's not the reality. So we don't talk about all of this. So because we need to talk about performance. We don't need to talk about performance. How you will measure somebody in performance. Over the years, the law say council for make efforts for collect revenue, local revenue, right? But the law will tell you how you will measure that effort, right? So now we and the council will go for decide, say, okay, when I report to Ministry of Finance, right? But these are the standards that we go for set for measurement. And one way we do that now by the So we don't come up with two ways we measure them performance. One, now which we talked earlier, how much you've been set for yourself, you target for each of the revenues, property rate, remember, then say for 2019, for instance, then project about 300 and something million, but they only collect about what? 78, right? In total, then project about 1 billion, but they only collect about, was it 600? Right? So we don't see the difference there. So that now one measurement call and how effective your effort will be. You will make a lot of effort. But another important one now, how much it costs you. I think earlier Chairman talked about that, CSF don't talk about that. Right? You will pay fuel. Motorbike or motorcar. You go far end of the district. For who collect you spend say 1,000 new loans, so 1 million old loans, right, on fuel. Only for who collect 200,000. Makes sense? It don't make sense. No, so another way your efforts can be measured by how much it costs you. How much you collect compared to what you be supposed to collect, then how much it costs you for what you collect. Yeah. So this now look at we see over the years. The 97 not constant. We see they fluctuate. In some years low. This now the percentage. What does this mean? Efficiency is that if you collect how much for every 100 units you collect, how much it costs you for collect that 100 units. So, for instance, in this case, say if you collect here, say for this 15, it means for every 100 units you spend 15 units, right, for collect that 100 units. So that's reasonable. So this, just so now know, the one standard we don't set for all council is that you know for spend more than 30%, right, for collect on your target. If you expect for collect 1 billion, you know for spend more than 300,000, you know for collect 1 million. You see that? So every year the difference between how much you collect and how much you spend for collect, right, for be at least 70%, right? We think it's damn reasonable, right? So you will get enough revenue for for justify why you collect. So over the years, so you don't need it. We see the costs. The council don't try on how much they spend for collect revenue. So this is a tell we say over the years the council not wasteful, right, in the expenditure for collect revenue, right? But possibly say again they not spend because they not make the effort. They not go out. If you not go out, if you collect only around the city, most likely you cost for collect go small. Not so largely the things that only happen because they know they go too far. They only they collect around the city. So that make you see the cost low, right? Except for 2020, we're even that they below 30%. And I see it's 30% now. 2020 is still below 30%. So on average, over these 5 years, Bombali District Council don't dey below the 30% mark in the amount of, voting and spend for collect the revenue, which we want them for maintain. But now they go beyond the immediate surrounding of the city, for expanding efforts. So now the challenges when we engage the council, these are some of the things that we list as the challenges. Right. First, we categorize them into different categories. First, we talk about the administrative challenges the way that they face. Right. Then tell me say they get they not they get enough money, they need to raise enough money, for invest in the kind of tools, right? Sophisticated tools they need, for instance, for collect property tax. For collect property tax, you need what you call a cadastre, right? It's a software where all them thousands of properties where they are around. Each of them will survey, collect information on the building, right? And then from that software, then I need to estimate how much tax each property owner for pay. Not a human being, they do the calculation, right? Human being, you spend the entire year, right? You know, we will learn all the calculation, how much for pay. You see, so now it's software they do. So the council need resources for make that investment, for upgrade the software they use. But you also need for allocate funds to the valuation unit, for go out into other chiefdoms, for do assessment, yeah, for assess the number of properties, the value, and then you estimate the tax and you need for collect. So the council need for invest. Now remember the previous slide, what you see, say the council need spend more, I mean, then they below the 30% mark, right? So yes, they spend less, but we want to ensure that adequate funds, right, go to the one that we need the money for collect the revenue. Central government is a taxpayer, right? They get property, for instance, right? They get government buildings that way government supposed to pay property rates for. So the council takes that they don't get challenged for the collect that money from central government over the years. Yeah. Then we say enforcement. You know, people need to comply. Even these three chiefdoms, like for instance, property rates, they for collect property rates, where then go, people need to comply, and they're not getting demand. You see, so these now are the realities. The law, we don't go through the law says so. The law give power, right? But the reality is, you strength for exercise that power, they limited. So you need to reflect in the revenue. So I mean, a lot of other things then they, you know, people have attitude for pay tax. People not for pay. Me self not for pay tax. If you get the choice, they give you choice. They not run after you. Need nobody pay willingly, right? So that's it's we all na indictment on we all. You see even the government, right? We then say government need to pay tax, right? So there are, you know, all of this sensitization, right? Then tell me say some of you engage and say they think the sensitization not adequate. People, even if people want for pay, but they don't understand wetin them for pay, why they pay, you know, how much for pay, who side them for pay, you know, who that for can't collect. You know, somebody will just show up and say I can't collect, right? People, you know, we say doubt the trust nothing, you know, but a criminal and say we begin knocking at people and those they can't collect. So all of that you need to do public education. Of course, they say in low tax base. You not go beyond the surrounding of the city, right? So you not exhaust even within there, right? But even if you exhaust that, go collect all sides. Still, the value of houses, for instance, beyond the city, you know, the farther you go from the city, the value will be good on. Also, because most of the rest of the district is rural, right? Rural areas predominantly in a low value houses. You hardly go see 2-story, 3-story buildings. Also, and the value of the building, the value of the house, also they reflect on the amount of tax you get for pay. Yeah. So the base, as we said earlier, the council need for also make investment. They need for, in the case of market, you know, construct more market. People will sell in the street under the sun, right? So if you build market, people will come to the market and then also sell. Then data, you need data, right? You need data for assess what exists so that you will plan accordingly for go out and go collect. Local tax, CAC, you know, right? If you don't assess well, then you know what exists, not so, and you know the level of effort you need for collect, because you don't even know the expected return from that effort. So these are the challenges most of this now is just about waiting the outside, talk about poultry and different things. So now, this now how the council don't perform from 2018 to 2024. That are the data, and now we will go. So we will go into the strategy. I don't say one for talk now, but my colleagues will run through the strategies then. We will identify the challenges then, but then how one for address some of them challenges and that. Then after that, we will get discussions.
Hello, clap for. So we agree just to say for Pulnado the book first before we give the comment, right? So now we go to the strategies, right? What is this book before? For my name, revenue mobilization strategies. Now it don't give you a background of the revenue source they will get. How will they do by their revenues then? It show we the total revenue we they collect over the years. Where the highest Athena is 1.2 or 1.3, right? And he also don't tell we say if council collect even 1.3, you get for pay, and only 14 staff government they pay. For one, the admin for put lights there, if you buy fuel, the motuka problem, for paid support staff, all of those ones. It's like basically the council not go get enough resources for do anything with our development because the recurrent self we don't take them. And that is very much important. No council will operate with only 14 staff. And if we will just for lights not there, we don't even work here. So if you look how much fear they cost, how much all of this, you find out say we're not able to get development from the revenue there is. So therefore, we need for do more. So waiting at some of the strategies that we don't put, and then at the book already. First, we get general strategy where the council get for take. General strategies. One of it, they do so for make sure say all the key stakeholders them understand what the strategy and the whole way they want go. Chairman tell you just no say one philosopher. For right as a person, a good leader, for sabi the road, and if we're able to go there, and if we're able to carry people along. So that's not the first thing. Now, then therefore make sure say they engage citizens, and the Parliament Chief talk and use no engagement day, so people they know what is happen, right? We'll therefore be more transparent, and then therefore the services. If you build market, you collect revenue from the way Luma. Wash facility for the day. If people say all the marketplace then they get wash facility, where they say can pay, they don't say, oh, this pay, oh, they pay. Now you make you get this one, the more the willingness go, the more for pay. So therefore undertake the thing and day. For review the MOUs, now one of the strategies then we they get for do. The MOUs they don't get from 2022, we don't get change of leadership, either from the chiefdom or from the council. We need again for look at them because even the MOUs themselves, then we say, therefore review them every year. We therefore spend time small on the MOU. So then therefore put penalties where applicable. You know, the local government the local government act of 2022. He said if a person not pay in property rate. They say anything where you able move it after a certain time, believe then they go pull them. That's so then they cancel the law. But we don't say no chairman no go want to do that day. Because you leave it to people then. If the chairman go do that, the name go bad. Also. But that day the law give them all. They able to do it. Protected by the law. But then say then go engage in other ways for make sure say people will pay. For instance, we go to complain at police if you not to tax paying citizens, it means you not abiding. So first, you get for make sure say we go to report in a case. Now police, you know, we also law abiding by paying your tax, right? Chief, somebody wants to sell property, will they check that property if you not owe property rate? You want to go sell the house, will they check? Can I cancel? For check, if you say you get for pay, ask will they sell now, will they cut a day? Right? Then, if you want can bid na cancel, you want can engage, if be say you na person wey dey pay, you business for pay by law. So then go begin use some of the sanctions a day, right? And for pay tax, sometimes again people in the far they want pay, but for go na bank, because one thing they emphasize on being bank, because this thing where they call money, you get devil. Where the other side where the devil not they go now where he put inside bank. When put an pocket, he put an drawer, the devil they confuse you. So because of that, we emphasize on the bank, but because the bank they far, mobile money also now they go use them for pay you tax. Then go do the arrangement, they sort that your property tax, you they get no more, they see the lawyer, what's the phone? You don't need for can cancel, you go pay and you get receipt, right? Then in terms of the councils, the revenue units then they get for the give a bonus then they set target. When you meet target, you will get bonus annually. If you don't meet your target, then they transfer you other department back. They can't try back other person. So now strategy. They go be more transparent. Where project business come, they go call you back. Now una come and make commitments. The chiefdom where they give more money, where they give a project, and then they pick the project. And so all of that, then go don't say yes. Now because we don't pay, make we don't get this. Then thing and then the council they can be getting back on them. Then the sensitization. For sensitize people, nobody know and pay. Then they sensitize people, let people know the obligation, who side for pay and when for pay. Right? They therefore do massive registration. You see, now only 3 chiefdoms, then we don't already do this property tax. So they get for move now. We get 12 chiefdoms then. They get for they do that game. Of course, they get for follow up with sensitization. So that way, because you know, because why? Then they take property values. The law tell them say, if they put a fee, a percentage on the annual value of the property, not on the total value of the property, like this property. So what it will cost if now 1 year? Normally the annual value of property na rent. Because we rent person. Now by year, not so. If you say this house they pay for 50 million, that means the value goes for 50 million every year. Right? So now that way they buy the properties the way they get, now in the and take the bill system where they give you the value of the property, one then put the mill rate, then will show you now how much you for pay for the property. So they get for go for make sure say they get the property features them and when they go put na the system. Already government through another project where they call ROSLP, Resilient Urban Sierra Leone Project. That project they can build markets na market, big market. Outside that market they so then the program and can give a modern market na market. So that project they don't develop a system for property tax. We don't deploy na Kenema, they market. When I find out say we get small talk about property tax because na new reform. But they do very well na Kenema, we get small problem na Makini, but we try to solve them. Because will not be used for pay. Right? So we get for embrace them for no say the money na for develop we. Once we get at the money, then we will ask who side they use the money. But first, let us get at the money first. So they get for make revenue collection center now the chiefdoms. Right? So that we will collect our chiefdom, we don't go pull somebody there for go, they go spend 3 days. Right? All of those ones the council get for do for make sure say they get money. Enforcement, a very key. Right? They get for establish a task force with the chiefdom authorities for enforce in line with what? The law. Right? Then they put roadblocks because they therefore can't go into a new revenue strategy collection where they nobody collect. We call it evacuation fee. They over, they Kenema, they Kailawu, but they a week now. When you look at the potential this now, we realize say we get a lot of potential on produce, right? We chairman chief we talk this now. It's a people that they can buy produce in your area. We they call it evacuation fee. The law permits that name. For anything whether they produce within a locality, somebody they pull and for both sell is supposed to pay a fee what we call evacuation fee. If I done now the biggest revenue source na Kwenadugu, Falaba, Kenema, and Kailau. You go buy cocoa. Now even Pujao, you go buy Pamai, where you come out, then they pay by butter, then they put a fee. Right? Yeah, Tamale, right? So we get for introduce an Bombali because it don't show we say timber they come here, we get Boko put in the way they come out now we are. You know the tax the one where they come out now other district now the one where come on now you own district. Right? Now waiting come out, now you district. We get for you na time. So then they publish people who know the pay for party rates, put the name in the radio, then call them. So that after various one we not do them, then therefore begin to down there. And the leader said, the council of said, and then will be the first person for pay. Right? One side yesterday, we didn't apologize away the CS self talk. They say, we know say the mayor and people are not they pay. So once they not they pay, other people are not go pay. So yeah, the chairman will be the first person for paying and cancel on them. Everybody knows say once they don't pay, then they self go enforce the payment. The accounting system will put in place so that they go do reconciliation and post financial statement. In a way where people they understand them. Now all the chiefdoms them so that people know what they collect and how they spend them. So monitoring go there, sensitization go there. Now, Baka. Wait it. Can I change over? Continue work. Passing light. Yes, sir. All right, so with the card we can take the individual revenue source there. We'll start with property tax. You see? All right, so one of the things that way that they do with property tax, as you say, when I get forget the copy, the law we can talk, right? One, massive registration, data collection, massive discovery. Now only 3 chiefdoms. So within now 10 to 2030, every property now the 12 chiefdom for don't na the database. Yes. So now big work for the valuation unit. Then go to do it by section within chiefdoms. Already we get a system of billing. The host now by high value day. So the next thing, the distribution of demand notice, then therefore make sure say timely. Not always doing this rainy season, they come in, they go give us in demand notice. So demand notice then get for day between January and March. At most, you go not receive a demand notice because rainy season not to tell. They therefore deploy enumerators them, they therefore get supervisors, right? The sensitization, they therefore be very go now use PA in local languages. They do stakeholder meetings at the chiefdom headquarters towns so that people they understand the concept of taxing. In terms of collection, what in the pay one term, but they can give you option for pay 2 term. And the payment, if you either do on a bank, you do on a council, or you use orange money or mobile money. Land not say orange money, it can be a free money or any other one. Right? So that they make the payment easier. For say, hey, bank not anyhow we know, but we all get orange money centered in our chiefdoms, and also, so we will do that. Enforcement, they never do the chiefdoms there. Like the chiefdoms there, people that will not pay. Right now, they happen at Kenema. From morning 10 to 12, now people that will not pay tax and they go to the court. And thankfully, the local court then they come back and the chiefdoms them. So once you go there, where you pay, they left you. But there is going to be what? An MOU between the chiefdom and the council. We'll get for talk on that day. Right? So they get for use the local court them. The enforcement, the team comprise a big team for make sure say they enforce, and they go use lawyer then for people the way they then come in the way the tower and take you go to court. Right? Because sometimes when they want to go to chief, you know, angry, then they go to na court. So this now the implementation plan for the property tax. Now I don't talk so. But what's good about this? When you look at the document, you will see the activity, the program. This is sensitization. What's the other sensitization? When they do the sensitization, who do they do them? How often they do them? So you get key component that the programs, the activity, it give the time, and it gives. So this go always tell the council say, hey, will they be on time? This thing we supposed to do as also they too, right? We suppose like for now they know say if they get for do sensitization at least May for next year, begin the sensitization now, right? Till December now, January now for make payment, it not go be a difficult task. So we get critical things the way then they do now, way probably the collection. Very, very much important. So the demand notice is then get for them out by January. Right? So between February, March, because then they allow for like pay 2 term, they expect say for don't pay something. Then by July again, they expect say for don't complete your payment if not half you pay. If you not pay 1 term, if you decide for pay 2 term. They get reconciliation when they do them, order for do them. So everything clear by the strategy, you get an action plan. The enforcement, they don't show you when will they set up the enforcement. Will they begin set up the enforcement in February? We should don't make bylaws. The bylaws they're not for abuse person in right pass mark. So now make they sit down, they know whose law they put. Then by June, July, we will begin enforce. So not on June, July, when they go give us in demand notice. Now the tell will for begin enforce because we know say suppose for not do your payment. The sensitization is ongoing from January to December. So in terms of local tax, one of the key things what they do for local tax, we constitute a committee, we call a joint committee level for local tax. Now the law say that the council for determine the local tax rate. But we find out say in the administration of the local tax, the council not a support. Collaboration between the council and the chiefdom on local tax administration is very weak. So the chiefdom back, let's say they follow the law, instead of say percent now 2 million, they say okay, now this to get from now. Right? So we see this now for the 12 chiefdoms they will get, how much will they get in from local tax? It's very, very, very small. In fact, the projection is 50, they're not even get 30% of that 50 day. Right? So it starts with the assessment. Now that committee, the council will get for the day. The DPO will get for the day. The DPO will go to statistics, get data for people that will not be 18 years above. Now all the chiefdoms them share. So it will be a guide. If we not say population above 18, now 10,000 there, you can't say na 500, we not say not do better assessment. Let me get guide. Because when they go do assessment first, let you know say, I don't assess well. So now they go be a guide. So that committee then they go do the assessment, right? Then they go agree on the printing. Now, one reform what we have to do is the printing, we don't say the delay. At the Ministry of Local Government also, we get a meeting with them. We they said, agree for make the printing for make a much more quicker, right? So one of the things that we right now the council is supposed to do now for change the tax rate. The Local Government Act, it tell we say that tax rate they for change after every 3 years, 2 to 3 years, right? 3 years. Now, find out a local tax from 2004 to now, how many years? 21 years, it not change. So it has to change. So in most of the areas they will go, there was the issue of either na 20 leos or na 10 leos. But could be say 10 leos. But I don't know, Bombali, what do we say? Let's go 30. When I support the 10 leos. Now they will not support the 20 leos. Why they can 30 leos, 20 leos? Now for them they say no more than the big election of Obama. We still dey buy 2,000. So let's go tell them. All right, so the council get for do that day. They don't do lots of consultations, and I will say we set in terms of the districts there. The only 2 districts now who not going now Tokoli and Kenema plus Bombali. But all the rest, the majority now the 10 leos they go for. Right? So they get for do that day. That committee they take inventory of the receipt book. The council will put seed money for make sure we get time in printing. We said now when we left after all of blood it was not so we all go sit down. Once we all the chiefdom, the district office, the council, they know how much they print, they know how much they spend. When they come, they get for distribute them and take inventory. Right? So they get for determine the shares, how they go with that committee, they get for determine. Wetin are relate, wetin dey go under, wetin, so all is documented. Everything get to be documented now. Then in terms of collecting, if they don't send the chiefdoms, of course the CAC they go still leave, but they get to make sure say regularly they put the thing na the bank so that the devil will not confuse the money. Right? And they go dey do what? Monthly reconciliation. For make sure say wetin dey out, wetin dey in na the same. Because at the end of the day, na money wey dem get for shape. If I let everything clear, and above all na public money, but we get for talk more on that day. Right? So after now una agree on the precept for pay, when una dey agree for pay, una go agree on am. So this go be like the schedule of the activities when they dey do them, una for do them, and any other notes wey we think say we wan put together. Right? So the council also get something for do. This na the district council, and na dey in charge of the primary and secondary health, so the DHMT dey under them. Na dey in charge of basic education, all schools from primary to Beke, they dey under the council. Then what you call institutional customers, like for instance, teachers. They just go to the how much schools they get, how much teacher they get. Now then they send the books to them. Say how much loss they get, they charges them. They said if they come to the bank where they around them, how much staff they get, go to police station and you see how much police officers they get. So that will help people get bulk money. So at the end of the day, the money will go up and the enforcement get for them would not pay. So in terms of market dues, right? Market dues, this na one area where this council no dey do much. Market dues, we no say challenge dey, right? Fadi-Clip children na woulda na the PCMP wey dey 2022 na parliament. Fine. They will go like in 2022. Now, na past 2022 local government. Not so. Not so, sir. Fine. So when I don't say market due na revenue of local councils, you know we can't tell the power due there. You tell them also. Yeah, but you know say some still a tower. So you come when they tell them what did that mean? Where we not don't pass law. Me when they talk to una, what they make law. Na them power they make law. Once they don't make am, you go for follower. Right? So and not for you one know. Now the 14 where they represent to now. So they don't really say this na revenue of local council. But when we come back, we begin tower again. Then we know for tower against the state. the state, the law supreme. Almost every chiefdom they are get woman, but we know they collect, we know they see better figure for. In fact, from 10 and 0, right? We need for change that part. Then I mean, we get for talk something about the MOU. I don't want to waste time on that because the MOU will not change, you know, but we call it a memorandum of understanding here. Now we get that understanding here, right? Then make it sign and sign, but the law. The primary law, it come up. So now, they need for do assessments. How do they do the assessment? Go, joint committee again. Now most people in the cell now, this woman. So, we get to know if we, now this, and as also fee. And now, we get, also they call a fiscal decentralization policy now. That policy say, all rates all the charge in a local council for change every 3 years. Why? Because of inflation. Ordinary loans today after 3 years, wetin go give you na different thing. So if you not go up, you no dey even get the same thing again wey you dey buy. If this water na 10 euros now, after 3 years, if you na 10 euros you no get this water. Not so. So wetin go happen? You condition go down. So for that get am, you need for go up. So now make all rates including market use. Some of who market the price wey put I don pass 5 years, e dey change. If for dey change after every 3 years. So when we know how most people dey sell, e go give you an idea, right? Before we outsource, we sell therefore go the council. Then they create that committee, that market committee. Now let's say they train people in first. Let's go how much they get. You know what I'm going to do? Now outsource. You don't even know what's in the value of the market to outsource. Somebody can, he say pay me 1 million. He say they pay 500. How you go say first now 1 million for pay? Wait, you don't do assessment. So if you do assessment for a month, so you don't say this market here on week ACC, we will give you this. So if I get to person, and that person I get for print, I get for paying staff, okay, that will say na 10 million before give. We go say okay, since you say get for make profit, we can give you 7 million, sharp now we will know 6 million. I mean, at least you know the basis for where they charge, and they put a floor price, the floater, when I do a contract agreement and outsource and before go do a competitive process, monitoring go there. If you dey pay, we get for the monitor you. That's what the policy wey una dey give the market for set rate. The rate na the responsibility of the council. So policy no go say, this market dey say like give you 1 million. Na me dey check, I don increase am. No, anything wey increase, what happen na that. Right? So therefore they revise the contract after every 3 years, but before they consult the trader senior, the market trader senior, let them be part of the process so that they will understand because they get for go talk to the people there. Right? Every stakeholder very much important. We get for be very transparent so that people will know what you will do. Transparency very, very much important. So you see all the things they will get for do, right? Whether they do this, when, who's possible they do am, waiting how often they go do am, the strategy tell me very, very clear. Now, this is a new revenue wey we dey call evacuation. We find out say na Bombali na dem no dey do evacuation. So one of the things they was they get for the meeting, the councillors, the staff, and the chief of authorities them. Let them go for suicide police that they come within the districts because not all sides produce new. Produce on a large scale for commercial purposes. Not to one who harvest the rest for guy to say I for go pay, not to that new, not to evacuation that that is a blabber. Now evacuate, he are moving it waiting outside of the district, not the chiefdom, district. Right? So normally we start the kibuta, na the checkpoint. All the evacuation there na checkpoint every day because you want to come out of the district. How evacuation dey, especially in Kenema and Kaila also. Kenema get good, Kaila get good also. You don't go know that. If you see balance the checkpoints na Kenema, na Kaila, we can at the checkpoint na Kenema, they say this na Kenema good. Because if na Kaila is good, if I don't produce. And once person give receipt for evacuation, they no dey charge you to tell. If the person can at checkpoint, he say this na Kabbalah Akula, he show you the receipt, he for pass. Right? We don't dey charge. If you come to so let's not say this now. Hey, look down the way you don't look. No, na other side Kula. And if you don't pull am to you, we can carry on it. So if you don't pull am to you, you don't go do am. So when they establish that constitutional force, they try to identify who side will get produced in large in commercial areas. Everything when I produce, agriculture I produce. If the cow will accept, then they pay evacuation. The cow will only come up and they pay evacuation. Na checkpoint. Then they give the receipt.
So you will not pay any.
Hey, why if you don't pay that to the regular? Anything we don't get one and cheap get that. So the same thing. If you balance here, you can't be free. When you know we show we say na Kabbalah. Now we get that. Right? So then this committee will agree on the fee when they charge for evacuation because it will be different based on the produce they will get. Right? Based on the produce there. Wetin rice go pay go different from wetin cow go pay. Right? We now understand the dynamics better. We now know the value of the produce. Right? So all of that they will get for one. Then we now go determine by talk how much 6 tire they pay, how much 10 tire they pay because once you go out 6 tire, then now they count 10 tire. So all those things now make una know what the meeting. So the strategy will not get for sit down and agree. If somebody gets 4 tire, how much he will pay? If you have 10 tire, how much he will pay? So all of those ones will not get for determine, right? Then we not get for the desensitization. Because let us know say yes, this tax they get for beginner. You know they just can. So for instance, if we not get for charge mode, we not get for all the mode sellers then. Let them know. Right? Anything we will charge in this country, I don't say they get committee member them. Also, if you arrest them, master farmer the day. So we now they call them people related to meeting. Normally, what can give you problem? Now when they make decision for people, they will not invite them at all. Now there is problem before them. Let's open up. Let them understand. Let them be part of the process so that we will not get much resistance. Abubakar, IDC. Yes, that's good. So we get another good plan on when the meeting they take place, when we are going to do the set the rate, because all of this now 2020 happen. Yes. Now na 2025 now. When now we know so now so. Now not to August we be back. So between now and August, we get for council get a lot of meetings now for meet up to that time day. Right? When we identify all of that in a day, we know when the produce take a day. Right? We know when the produce take a day. So if not checkpoint, of course we get for involve the police. Right? On this evacuation, now the biggest revenue source for council Benadugu, Falaba, Kenema, Kalawe. Yes, they get Koku from that evacuation because the police. So this now the strategies them we they deal with the inside this book. Like I say, I try for just go into the issues when you get time. You will learn and you go read them and you will get them so clear. So now we move to the next section where therefore do with the focus, Mr. Barry the tactic way. Like in now that most very technical, but we just look at the key things there. Then when we done, we open the floor, open for long discourse before we go to the issue of the MOU. Well, I thank you and I know I can get to it.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara. Yes, again, as we say, when law give responsibility to council, right? We for able assess the council performance. Also, and one of in the case of revenue, the council they set themselves target. Also, then we assess their performance as against that target, right? But then if the way is ask somebody for assess himself, because we don't say set you target, so you tell the students when I decide on a pass mark. Impossible to say we say na 40% a pass mark instead of 50% also, right? So and if they're not bringing so low, then you don't set the bar or the standard too low. You know, it make it easy for you for pass. So there has to be some way for upgrading standard. Yeah. So now they want for standardize the way you look at councils, then you do forecast. Ministry of Finance, we later on will come to councils, the finance unit, the evaluation unit, when our primary deal with revenue, we will train them, right, on how to set them target there, yeah, so that we will compare council, you know, across council, how they perform on a year-to-year basis. Because the staff eventually they never transfer them. Evaluation officer they transfer from one council to another. They need one side forever. So for people to get away, for people to assess how you perform in each council. All I do is just kind of see on a economic effort, right? And then another district or city they decide on your side. So that they intend this. So again, the way you forecast each revenue stream is similar in some aspects, yeah, but there are key differences. So we go touch on some of these. We'll try to simplify them. So this for local tax. We start with local tax because we don't say nine are the most relevant one, you know, for most of the things that we discuss now because our children will deal with. Then the law say now the chief judge and district council have joint responsibility for administering local tax. Also, that make the revenue share. So there has to be transparency on how you forecast the revenue. So these are the formula of the revenue when the council expect for collect at the end of each year. So what's in this formula? The first key issue are what we call the tax base, right? The base. What's in the base? The tax base now, in this case, the first way they pay the tax, right? The first way they look at tax. So you know to tax per head. When a tax per head, then you need to know the number of people who for pay that tax. Also, we call them the eligible tax paying population. Also, so in this case, what's the tax population? The law say people 18 years and above, right? 18 years and above, excluding students, right? So for that, we school begin, excluding students. we will open the floor for discussion. We'll get broader discussion. How do we go into this? Yeah. For now, let's just focus on what is 18 years. By the way, I will answer that even in this formula, we provide for that. So this first and estimate what do you expect for collect. Broadly, the law says 18 years and above, excluding students. Now, the next issue is what we call the tax rates. The tax rates are also important. Also, the tax rates now the STR. This now the base when the stand for the population we for pay, then this are the tax rates. Right? The law say local council now for set the tax rates. That's what the law say. But in reality, notice they are also now standard across the board. Why? If you say Bombali discount will say they rate, Makeni said they rate, and the rate different, what will happen? Exactly. You will come and they will say cheaper. Also, now they will buy. And you don't blame them, right? So now central government, ministry of local government, they set the standard rate, and as one of the strategies now how for engage central government for revised that rate. So the tax rate is important because if 10 people for pay, then they will pay 10 dues. So we multiply 10 dues by 10 people, that's 100 dues. So in simple terms, if everybody pay, all 10 people only pay, then pay 10 dues. So you expect for collect 100 dues. That is a simplified version. So it's like going to, so if you reduce from 10 to 8 people, even at 10 dues, still like 8 dues to collect for man pay. You see, so although if the tax rate self go down, even if you say you keep at 5 years, 10 people pay now 50 where you collect. So then to they affect the amount of money you collect at the end of the day. Yeah? So that the two most important ones. But then other elements in our calculation they will focus. They will talk about the coverage issue. Right? What did that mean? We lost 18 years and above. Right? But if somebody 5 years. You know for purchase that person for pay. Is it let's say somebody na 18 years, but a blind get challenges. You know they go school, right? But get challenges. The reason you want to chase that even morally, ethical, we for chase that person, you will go attend because they are not get. You know, if I'm big at the day. Now, I go big and so today I'm not gonna you will be careful how you chase them people and you know so these now put part of putting determine the coverage issue. You once you don't determine the population, those 100 people for pay, they are 18 years and above. So it's okay, out of this 100, a person will see so then 10, right? The way we know bother with. So now only 90 likely for pay. We think so will be reasonable when we chase for pay this tax. So out of 100, now only 90, that's about 90%, right? About 90% you the target say now they want to we go after for collect this time. That's again its target. Not necessarily all 90 will pay, right? So if all 90 not pay, what does that mean? It means compliance, right? All the people that we target, not all of them pay. So some refuse for pay, or you don't be able to see them, they hide value, you don't able to see them, right? They're not free for compliance. So compliance rates, yeah, now the main key element in that. You get the tax base, without the loss for pay. You get the tax rates, that is how much the loss for pay. You get the coverage ratio, right? What you feasible for you for collect. Then you get the compliance rate. So that they determine how much we now collect in total, right? But then we come out to share it, right? So what you need for doing it before you go to share it? The cost. Remember I talked earlier, we say you need to ensure that your collection is efficient. How you do that? You try to look for ways how to minimize how much it costs you, right? You can say for print receipt book, we don't say our government print as the print, right? The reason is that because our government printer will be cheaper, right? And really reasonable, right? That's one. than private printer. You see, so these are all the considerations we for give. But for now, I mean, it's a government policy and a government printer for print, right? And I trust it's relatively cheaper government printer. At least it's the expectation that it is secure. You know, saying somebody will duplicate it. That's the expectation. So printing cost, assessment cost, right? So all of this, the kind of shows we don't talk earlier about the intention to form a committee, right? A committee, a joint committee between the district council and the children council. No, so now the strategy and I know to form that committee so that we can identify what do we need for do, step, right? To plan for the collection of property tax. Local tax. Yeah. So the cost also important because when you don't collect what you collect, you subtract the cost. Now, how much is your council contributes? How much discount? So online cost income. So the net, right? The net owner collect 9 now owner the share. And then how do we determine the precept? Now by the class of children also, right? For now the classification are 3, right? A, B, and C. A how much? 20% also. So now 20% of the net, yeah, 9 they go for 9 children need for pay. 15% for B and then 10% for C. So now that's how the council is supposed to forecast. Yeah. So you need the population of 18 years, you know, for compared to the assessment of each of the children council alone. I will say you get that later. Statistics are you know so these are some of the things that we're going for consider doing this training. Yeah. So now we're going to explain now. We'll just proceed. Then market dues. Right? Market is different ways to forecast this. If you say you sit down, it's okay, last year I collect 100 units. Right? This year, because of the more and longer, we're trying to say we increase by 30%. Right? Then you have 30% on what you collect last year. Then it's okay, now this way you're collect this year. That's the simplest way for you. Right? But if you want to be detailed enough, if you want to be very scientific, then you need more information. Right? You need for us identify the markets there where they are each children, right? Let's say one children get 10 markets. You identify the market inside a day, right? Then you need for 7 people at that market a day. Identify how many tables they get, right? How many sellers they need in each of them market, right? So that if you want to be very accurate in the potential ways. Yeah, remember earlier we see the talk, they say they test. Those two, they're going to have some community and for see what exists. Right? But so everybody waiting and see, you know motivate them for continuing. So they need for doing kind of assessment and for ensure how they want to collect. You want them why to collect, right? The children for collect, the cost will go. Remember I would say cost, do so, the potential for them, but also how much it will cost. Right? Would do more effectively for collecting revenue. Or the for outsource to permit what's for collect. All of them before you make that decision, you need for do the assessment. Yeah. So the base for market due now, the number of markets and the number of traders in the market. So that is the base. Yeah. The revenue base for market dues. So large and so we do that. And then of course the rate safety, the market due rate, the dues, right? For now, how much? 100 in 100, 1 2. So you see, so we expect this committee to discuss all of that. We need for making decision on that, right? Again, you can decide to go flat straight across, or we say no, these children here pretend say class A children one for doing this way, class B one for doing this way. For the daily markets and for the different for the lunar markets there. All that you can discuss. As I say, now make me there. This is only a guide in the profile, right? So that when I will sit down and agree what feasible, what will work, yeah. So that's what you focus. So if you take the rates, then the number of markets and the number of sellers, right? You will able easily forecast how much you can expect for collect. Of course, as long as it is shared, you always need for how much it costs for collect, then how much each party contributes. Yeah, So you go take that out. Otherwise, you are the problem. If I spend more than you, right, the whole collective will can't ship. Issue will be able to so at some point we say no, this is not fair. Right? So the cost for an enemy will always be helpful for manage that cost thing. Yeah. So again, another way you do for each of the revenue stream they do. So when we don't do all of that, this is what we don't come up with as real expect based on real calculation. Yeah. Now this we forecast from 2026 to 2030. Now remember also we start. So the council they can do their forecast also. They will see their performance, right? They time forecast. They have no idea of what things exist. So we say we don't do you for 2026.
So from 1.3 to 4.
Remember how much they be 1.3 no so. What's the name forecast for 2024?
5.
No, 2024. 2024. Now remember 1.8, but then collect how much? 1.4.
You can go back.
Yeah. Let's go back.
Go back.
Yes, look at the forecast.
1.8.
You see 1.8. Right? Just to remind yourself. You see? So now another forecast. What's in expect? So this now, when we don't look at the numbers, this now what do we think say? If we implement the strategies there. No, Bombali this is 1.8 at the time. Right? So when we look at the numbers, look at all the revenue stream there. Yeah, what you expect the efforts. Hold on, remember what we say we see increase from 2023. Right? Collection. For 2022, collection of how much? 600,000 new liters.
Yeah.
But then in 2023, they collect how much? 1.2 million new liters. It double. Right? Then 2024, we see go to 1.4. Now remember the collection. Now see the rate the trainer in the road. So we see the effort they increase. And we believe say with this strategy and this collaboration, right? If you work, now we left now, we will discuss the MOU. If you work, we think say you move from 1.8 million. Right? Now it's done about twice, more than double. The potential will increase because that's property rates. We say now only 3 chiefdoms then they collect. Yes, we don't say then around the city.
They get new evacuation coming in.
Exactly, evacuation. Chief when they talk about, you know, they need source where they did. So now all level, it's not so magical, right? We engage. So then see how we talk. So we don't hear anybody, right? We say because and this is a things that are conservative rates. We say for a start. Right? If we say you start low, the rate, just let the person believe for being encouraged. Then within the 5 years, we increase as most. Also, conservative rates. If you look at local tax, and I remember, then your forecast will be around 50. Not so, around 50,000. Now remember, around between 30 to 50,000. And then you forecast. You see, roughly, it's okay, begin as small. Now, assuming the rate increase, as we call it, from 5 million to 10 million, right? Then we see, even with the coverage ratio, as we don't talk earlier, even compliance, not 200%, right? Because it's not we need to assume 100% compliance. We still say things that people will do in copy, right? But look, the forecast, and this again, mind you, the population they increase, gradually, anybody new companies they can, mining the, what that means, more people they can also, that they can't find work. Right? So when we take all that into consideration, we think say by 2030, from the 50,000 in 2023, we'll go to around like 90,000. And that are just the percent. Right? Then 15%. Right? So that are just the council share. So imagine the potential we need. So another way they say poverty rates. We see strong potential there because the council they make the effort. Now they see then they do more assessment and more chief jobs. We believe say if they sustain that effort, the revenue will come. Yeah. So in total, from 2026 to to 2030, we believe say the will move from 1.8 in 2024 to 4 in 2026. That next year, effort. So we assume say the work they start immediately. Remember what the chairman say? Translate words into action, right? So now all land we assume in them forecast there that the joint efforts with the collaboration to translate words into action, yeah. Then till up to like 6 million by 2030, and we still think it's not conservative figures. You see, and we not consider the regional market where government will propose, say it as complete by that time. Still, the figures are attainable. The potential thing. So these are the last one for this. Okay, reporting. Now remember we talked about reporting obligations, right? We say that the need for reports. If people don't know what you collect and how you use the money, then we will discourage them from pay, right? And we don't hear the chairman say they don't make commitment on behalf of the council that transparency can be central, right, in how they run their council. So this is an expectation of set on a monthly basis, right? The council, to the council meeting, right? Therefore, report what and collect that Monday, what are the effort and what are the challenges and the face. The chiefs, they will get representation, right? So that office will say every morning we report to now, right? But they will report, and representatives and they will get the information. Yes, and the radio they will also broadcast this. We expect those monthly meetings they also they will begin broadcasting so that citizens will hear it. Then on a quarterly basis, they send reports to me, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Local Government, and of course depending on the content of the MOU, right? The MOU articulates on the quarterly basis for do reconciliation. So every chiefdom will know how much the council collects, how much they generate and the chiefdom. Yeah, that's also a part of the reporting process. Then every year they will do financial statement, auditors they will audit, and then if any issues they will raise that, and will be a public document. And we responsibility and I will follow up for ensure that the council comply to the recommendations that the auditors they will give. Yeah, they will always available if any issue between the chiefdom and the district council, Ministry of Local Government, the SDO, which the Ministry of Finance always have for council. But that will be the discussion for when we do the MOUs. Yeah, when we call it to handle next. This thank you for your attention.
Now clap for Mr. Barry. So now we end by the Pulinado. Right? We don't Pulinado the documents, we don't show the situation where we did. The strategy they all for put in place. When we put the strategies waiting, we feel say we will get as a district council. So now we go one year formula before we go to the next presentation. So one start to achieve them. So when they talk, now we get your name and the chiefdom. So we start with the chiefs. All that discussion together. Yes. No, we are not starting with them. We will give opportunities for everybody. We just want to start with the chiefs. When they come to those state actors, we make a comment. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Why don't we have this mic?
First of all, I would like to thank the presenters for the ownership of the This, let's say, At the time you say you choose them, you will take small because it's in the country. I get certain concerns I have. The evaluation of properties. What's an determination of the use of private properties, more especially in the rural setting? That's my first question. Then the second, governments will not seek any rents, private houses for their own offices, some of the offices. Whether will be determined by the rent and properties of the government will rent. Then the evacuation tax. I really talk, Mr. Kamara talk about capacity on the vehicles. How you determine voting for pay? It is determined by the tonnage of the vehicle or the quantity which that vehicle may know. Because there are times where big people will just look problem. Very few things there. But when I go charge myself, because become a big lorry, but you don't know measuring it, how much I know. A small lorry, you look, hey, you have passed a two-story building. So how do you determine anything? I'm resting this source. Thank you.
Yes, any other?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We are paramount chief and secretary of God of Bantu children of the Bombali district. I see some overlapping responsibilities to the CAs. That's the first question. Who is responsible for supervising the CAs? The CA, Chief Tutor Administrative Clerk, the CAC. Why not carry us? We get the SDO, and then we get the Bombali District Council. That's a little confused me. Number two, when you talk about capacity building, say the CACs, I didn't say that the financial controller of children among them. But how many of them are trained enough to even balance their schools for unknown transmission to authorities? Number two,
Number three now.
I'm talking about
No, two. You are three now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm still on the list.
You are protected. Chief is protected.
The speaker said it's time that these CACs, they are counting so that they become beneficiaries. Because waiting for quite a long time. I was once interested. But we didn't even, from the time the children and the spiritual have become a priority, I don't know whether I'm going to get my benefits after serving for a long period of time. So when I say that the company that takes a lot for long time, very, very much. So that the brother and the kingdom not become a victim, they can't become a victim. We try for us, this body. We are going to try for train basic cases there, so that at least at a glance, you actually tell you whether the bank balance of my children. We can't go into anywhere to tell you my children, the bank balance is so absolutely. But right now, I actually say we are almost balanced in our children. No, you know they never balance books. They don't know what is actually the meaning of cash book is. We are offering the big of the capacity of the CAPs and for children. Now, at the come to the sharing process, I say class A, 20%, class B, 15%, and class C, 10%. which chief government na Bombali district wey na class A, class B, and class C so that for long government so that for long mean paramount in the road today. There are certain areas who look missing at the table where they present. We not see communication books. They know they were believe so. They cancel from anything. There is some use collection. I don't read, but I think that is not read by the format where I don't read the book, but I think so. Then finally, I think this is
call it fees and charges.
Fees and charges. For communication books.
All day Friday.
But I must say it reflects, but even the breakdown of council will be everywhere. One the next time so that for every couple so that we can manage them.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much. The Minister of Finance, tax and the lifeblood of any community, any society, any country. But I'm telling you for free, where all this fine furniture, all this fine presentation, which is very, very good. But I want for them to believe you to now. This time around, some of the chiefdoms will not be and mining areas will suffer. So this kind of idea, it did not be before, but we are this time around all the time to serious practice being a paramount and the best move and good at the job of common country. The last man standing at the committee so the team want to appeal to now. Million children, like I said, not to mine area, but to get a lot of revenue, both for able to raise that children, good charcoal and gold reserves, particularly for able to generate 1 cent because we not get the capacity and we not even get the chance for them to collect the revenue again because structures are not in place for them and they have. So I know want to take much of my time. I really needed that support thing. Let me make a proper planning for this tax or revenue mobilization because we will suffer. And we go to million even this city, in fact, I ain't them people that were more for we need the support of the AIG. We need the support of the SDOs. Let them write to them checkpoint here to make sure say we grip monster a dope bill, you know, we pay. Let them hold on checkpoint. Because we all know the attitude of drivers, not all of them. But then one day, when they lean and push for a car, they want to box itself for them to pay tax. And I can say that 5 million local tax for 12 months, people that will put close to them will have to put close for pets. 5 million. So if we remember now, the political how we will assess, then host them. Mostly now, more house there, and then electric from the day or the village, towns and villages and they fine. But in left now, one Joseph, I tell you that you look for one copy. The British man, women to be old. For them will pay 5 euros. Let them will pay, well, not to 5 euros, 50 cents. They will use 10 cents receipts paper. For no more than to pay receipt so that they will able to pay that money. So really applaud is very, very timely. God's way, like say, maintain this 4 months, we left Nigeria before we start 2026. Last year again, I saw them tell me, and so they start 2025. 2025, we know every night. Say here and I go through. One whole 12 months, we know again night. But never late than never. So I'm glad for now. Let God make sure this time around. Oh, me that way the phone I said, not to be based about it. I will today, I will be hearing that. Because you don't bring there, then they go down the drain now small. But trust me, from your man itself, like they are always you before. I know they call them like bring place. Some of you bring them, so thank you. Thank you.
All right, yes. All right, PCMP get back. PCMP get back.
Yeah. First of all, I want to commend my colleagues from the other one were mostly they with heavy hearts because I lost my cancer yesterday. We get accident and we got passed. And that's no time we need for camera because we go in the region. We now cancel on casino camp. So no make around. We prayers them, but very God will get good. I'm so happy with this particular engagement. When I go London, I go see wetin dey happen. When they not get gold, they not get diamond. But the system for collect tax, and that's the bad point. We go to the airport, we shall go back before they come out there. They say for me, but then forgive it and to be for the 1 hour we go to. You mistake. Most time they say, "Naya, you for pass, you don't pass me. You will get paid, you will pay." So I look at the system, then I look at Rio Naya, who will say, for paying 5 million, you will pass behind people that take for them to pay that tax, that 5 million, no problem, just because we don't use to that. So I believe saying if we embark on this thing, we sensitize the people that properly with enforcement, we will use around and this country will turn around for who shall be there. Waiting more the money, we just like how the colleagues say, keep it full. Then paralyze me in the sense we begin with court residents, we begin with police them, local police. They go down for cut them off. They say class A for them, 4 police. Class B 3, Class C 2. How will you function? How will you do the work effectively? This is really humble me. Something will happen. You want to send police knowledge. And the one that said because they don't get better salary, and then will pay now, now will get way for let Komoya go and talk and come back, no problem for it. But they demand it because they don't get money. And when they redundantly, now so they receive it. They don't get no money. So for let's get somebody convinced and say, go join police. They say, no, but I will do for myself and I will demand. So now some of the things that we don't actually involved with now in communities, but then we need to become very active, and then we do some of them work here. We be saying, if we get people there, we get manpower, we will need to do something for raise revenue and achieve them. Indeed, if we have to collaborate with council properly, I think things will happen. Not overnight, but something will happen. Like I hear you rightly say, you say, number one, let council take down part say for let them reprint the tax. Because in most cases, them money they do now out of we cheat on revenue, now they come out. And when we pay, pass receipt back before they bring them here. And when you come with receipt by July, August, the people they don't get money. How you going to enforce for letting people happy? We waiting set for it. The jungle for them by that time. So I'm really happy if that happened. For say, council take up that responsibility for letting them print the tax paper. Instead of saying, let's February don't come out, I think say something will happen. We will be able to get a very big output for that we will make revenue in that ground. Again, the sensitization and property rate and all that thing. Indeed, we get areas that want for collect revenue and achieve them. But the guy is saying, if we come together and make that committee, then do assessment, for meet up 2026, that projection go and make. And not say it will go through or for say we will get 100%, or maybe 80 to 90%, it will work through the concern effort we will make between me and council. I want to tell you thank you and that never able to do something now for me to that. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me get there. No, BCB don't talk. Oh, yeah. Hi.
BC Bankari Okoro II. First of all, now for Kankuna, the organizers, for this very sensitive meeting who won candidates. It will just look like the old days, council may just want a precept. You don't want to know how things go, they don't want to know nothing. Because they don't know how they print books, how they collect, and how everything go on. But it's good time now. We bring us to the tools. For say, we all work together. Because if we work together, we will achieve. You know, say you want this thing from this person, but you know the helper for the make sure say this thing from us. So far now, from the word go, they say we for set a committee, even for print the tax booklet. Because they don't know how putting are the sources. We say all these things they come out, how they can print them, how they distribute them, how they collect them. Therefore be involved. In the first place, we as paramount chiefs will not get better staff. Yeah, you will see we collect paramount chiefs here. We don't get better police. And most of them police they will get the name and the cost. Like now some of us are so we matter. We don't get police because we don't get the maximum number or the requisite number we also forget. So if you begin to go through that, the police are not okay. And how the enforcement therefore go? Because for people then, when they give the tax to them, they demand it. The man that said, when they go to one at all, they go advertise, they don't pass that line. Let's go. Then you wait for individuals to come to campus. So if you don't set strategies in place, it don't go work. So I want for Lord to take cognizance of that and let them and we from their that collaboration. Lord make sure say we achieve the goal. This is a big assignment to our use. If we succeed, it's a feather on their cap. If we don't succeed, yeah, it is over again. And I want to tell you now, taking the other issue where they say that they change the rates of the tax. Now we don't need from 5 euro. People they not pay. So if you go from 10 euro, we will make sure say now we will put modalities in place how to enforce so that people that will pay tax. If you don't sit down now, because Nadia they also the Roman girl married in the same way married for sweets. And the bachelor's not so we therefore they sit down now. Lord need a plan for make sure say tax book that they come out. And funny in that seminar, government printing press, those are the lethargic people there. Because we get those until they put them aside. For make them take time for make them print those books. Put now the toes for make them make sure say they will print their tax book earlier before the time. So that if we get there, January, February, as we call it, we will see. We will persuade people them for make them pay. The tax, we don't see at the revenue that one day. We inside without tax, we don't go before. We don't go before. Because people that they dodge by the tax system, who supposed to pay. And the other thing, we are now for challenge district council. After the assessment for some time, maybe for years, the need for every year, how should they come up? But a need for they do every year assessments for the houses. Because people build houses almost every now and then. But if you don't access, 2 years ago, you left a say, I don't want them where you don't access. Now they don't want to go, now they don't want to go, they go create demand notice. What about the other one then? And if like me, I pay, I don't say me name, I don't pay, yeah? They bring distraction. So I want to make them take notice of that one day. So if I can talk, I will say I will talk my efforts. Thank you.
Let's hear from the NSA. Okay, Chief, don't get there. Okay, after Chief.
Yes.
We'll go to the NSA.
Mina and the Cabo, Chief of Speaker, Benin Chief. I want to tell my great thank for this engagement. And the heading of this video today, I want to talk about revenue mobilization strategy. I wish all would agree in terms of strategy how we use for when we implement on multi-year achievement. I get one challenge when we facing our achievement in the area of markets and deals. We get a big market in the community, but the market is bringing from over 7 and we decide to stay at the houses and do their business there. And then we get to deploy one police woman, chief and police woman, for the collect some of them GCR from them. The molestation will get too much. They will tell us, we're not in our markets, we're in our houses. Then why they ask you to come take market deals? So if you come to time, you yourself, with that kind of humiliation, you decide to withdraw. So the face is so much challenges in the area of the market deals and people. So now we see how we will get some strategies what we put in place so that for the kids and people. Thank you very much.
CFM, anything?
Yeah. Me and Administration Secretary, no state act of Bombali district. I want to tell you thank you for this particular engagement today, because I quite remember we started this engagement from last year, and today will be the second stage of this engagement. One thing we along from where we all will know, that's revenue mobilization are a must. If we don't get money as a country, as a district, we health system will be deteriorated. We roads will be deteriorated. All the systems we will be to say we're able for make waterman life better, it will be deteriorated. This thing just sound like when woman dey with a man, then may God forbid the man pass away. Wetin the woman go do for make sure say take care of him children, take care of himself, take care of the bills wey for pay. Na this dey happen na Salone or Africa today. The one that dey depend on wey are the waistman dem, wey dey support, wey dey look up to, then send all the same people and small small. Maybe turn back, maybe begin look to himself. How we go able to man the boss? How we go able to man with disease? How we go able to man with problems that when they happen now? Because not all other side day. Now this same day. How we go able to raise money for able to man this situation? Which time will come for can do one for me? So we all as of that in one aspect of our exercise. We as non-state actors, we always look at the middle side of the advocates. And one side is the advocate on the issue of the local tax. Now we don't say that councils level the police with local tax. Councils will in between that as from now they begin give them money, say time, we make sure to be pushed now. For make sure to meet up the time. Because most of the problems of people that don't pay local tax at time. From January, you go ask us to pay local tax inside July. What did you pay for July, August, September? Yeah, I don't know. So this particular intervention, I'm happy for that, because we begin council, say council, we are here, try to see and meet to your commitments. And when I get to the commitment, we will join them also, join the paramount system, because of the proper them. We just have to talk to them, let them talk to the people. And this, I want to talk, say, it need a whole lot of sensitization. A whole lot of sensitization. When Father when see so, then when we paramount should talk to, let's not do what they do like the Western world. We know the patterns. You pack Motoka, few minutes, for go buy something at the supermarket. That's not it. So maybe we start from ourselves. How we go able to begin tell the welfare? We begin, we cancel us there. We people around for say, if you don't get tax, you go to hospital. You don't get free health care drugs. You want trailers and markets. If you don't pay tax, you don't get forget that. So then we begin look at the situation there. With waiting, we were able for the right. And another thing, when they pay the tax, accountability. Because if the person pays tax, he knows what they pay tax for. Next thing you will be. So then we see how those two things they actually play. When people pay tax, when we as a society advocate for when people pay tax, when we make sure say we report to them back, say this them not pay, and at this you don't do with the tax. But the people they don't see so, they know. It's just like the letter when they like the community. So I hope say we all will work together because for pay tax. This thing will become long zero from Bible. From Bible, you know they so that thing that we mind. Then we all join hands together for begin telling people and say tax is important. If you want get medicine and hospital, if you want to go for get free healthcare drugs, tell us say you pay tax. Because without tax, salon no go before, Bombali no go before. The district no going to get money for handle the situation. I tell them thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We want to take all the comments. We see there's 2 more presentations for you. Right? Let me clarify the comments that we don't have. We agree for taking the other one. We'll get another round of. But since you don't with the mic, we'll give you 1 minute. But please, we get another set, then we'll allow you again for ask questions. Yeah? You just
thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara, for giving me the opportunity. Me and Harold, not state section from the street. I think it has been said already by the local authorities. And I want for do be waiting and talk present to now don't put into action because it hits the main points. We all we stand as a middleman position in between the authorities and the civil populace. So we roll advocacy, we roll for sensitize, we roll for engage, try to make we actually make people understand the essence when populate us. But one thing we assist the servers of God in the entire process here, the accountability level, transparency, and even chief Masani made mention of that. Just so in the presentation, so many things say when they serve as a God. Will we need for addressing the payment of tax? If we actually want the people to understand and all, because it compares with the effect low. People they want pay, but when you pay, they don't say the reason why. So we need to come strong for educate the people. So the issue of sensitization is very key. We first start with them, we end up with them. It will alongside for actually telling the people that why they pay the tax. Above all, then I want for actually subscribe to what we call it this thing. We know we society, the only time we get money during the early dry season. But if they say that possible pay during the season for late pay tax, for people that most times when they say for pay tax, and then nobody they press. When they work monthly, when they do this, they will tell you say I don't pay when you receive. In the time they go they ask for receipt. So don't begin and look at we say don't let the people they force when they talk about us. We say when they work, when they pay monthly, Lord will begin assessing that are we paying tax? If yes, when you receive. That's of course I know the beginning. So I don't want to take time much. There will be time for us to discuss. But the time will change that. Instead of listening, Lord will pay early than season. Where I arrest the rest and get time for go pay, send the rest and pay. Thank you.
All right, so we will take the comments briefly, and then I will ask Suna as to whether because lunch already, whether we go for lunch or we complete now all, then we go for lunch. We will make a decision. But first, we briefly, right, respond to the issues and we na questions. So, Mr. Barry will answer me on the first question, how we value property in our village. Most of them are more. And also, we have a responsibility for paying for property rates if the government rents a particular property. So, quickly, Mr. Barry, now I will look at the
Hello. Yeah, I will start with the last one. When I need one. You will get the property, that is the landlord. Now you will also get responsibility of paying property rates, not the tenant. In this case, the government and tenants. Yeah? Yeah?
If the government will pay, how do you take that?
No, that's the idea is would I get the property? If you get the tenants, you know they pay rent, so you get the tenants. Exactly. So the tenant they pay rent to you. Your responsibility. Now they say the owner property. Yeah. The last one a bit more complicated. The CAC, I remember in 2021, yes, sorry. the chiefdom financially. And we recall, we look in all the districts there. Yeah? So one of the things will be how to do assessments, especially in the rural areas. Yeah? Because once the law say the amount of rate you pay depends on the annual assessed value. What in a general we use rent as a proxy in the economy, we call it a proxy, or as an estimation of the annual value of that property. That property generates to the owner of the property. Those are rural areas. People who generate property. So we have to put, we collect information on the property. We have to look first if the building which kind of material they use it for. But with simple structure, then identity more, we don't say that's not of much value. So the question is it worth it for you tax property like that? Yeah. Again, we ask you why one for tax. So when you talk about fairness, if the idea, the intent, now for get some people that for use for developing culture of paying tax, because I think you never for this for long. Never book one day. So then beginning of kind of greater, go to a higher value. But the culture not there for right? We say the people that don't pay tax. Yeah. So we have to expand the base, we have to pay for pay tax. So the chief of council and this can be engaged just as we train on that area. We come to flat rates, right? We say everybody will pay, saying a certain fee. Then the building the way the valuation we need, for example, you see this you need the assessor, right? Based on the method, how the lawsuit process. We also establish it, but you also allow for that. In the case of some property, you say, these are flat rates. However, what we need for the most importantly is that waiting the laws to not for tax. In the society which any building, church, mosque, that regardless of the value of the property, the user of it for taxing. But it's a matter of discussion between the council and the district council, the chief of council, and agree on the way, their way will charge acceptable to the public. Because it's about acceptance. If you charge too high, people will pay. But also, to defeat the people. So reasonable amount just to make people, even our say, right? The intent of develop the culture for the Peters. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think Mr. Bagay went through two questions. Yes, he said to get 3 minutes to answer to a number of questions. One, the CACs would have a responsibility for supervise them, and secondly, whose commitment will get on the part of the ministry for make sure we get the receipt books and printed as early as January or February instead of which they happen now, passing the receipt before they down for print.
Okay, so good afternoon. I listened to one of the program chiefs now. Was in your CAC or CCAC or became parliamentary to raise. There's no end of service benefit for all of that. We understand the plight, and the reason why we intend to take this action now, for my great dear people there, to the permanent and pensionable establishment of the SARS. As for who get rights for supervising, the CSCs and CCSCs, generally they call them children functionaries. That day now, what we call a staff complement to the children for enabling the parliamentary and the team function effectively. Now, like how we as civil servants, the number we are attached to ministries to support the minister or a deputy minister for letting them achieve the goal. Now, so they want to be attached to the children, and the immediate supervisor of that children, the parliamentary, the only thing, and that tells you the bigger responsibility of the CAC and the CCAC. Now that the ministry, we get the responsibility for rotating them and move them around. But then, the responsibility for rotating them and move them around not starts very well, because how they they recruit them for not inform that particular policy of how you rotate them. But that's not going to be the case. In fact, it will take two for those things. So when we see and CSC not get appointment letters. You know, we are telling document for something like this, they give me an appointment letter. You know that? So this particular issue, what we don't take so now for granted and realize, all of this get for capital. But the other question we want to ask is, now if you the supervisor now on waiting, if you don't like job description, you don't know what's in the limits, you don't know what's in the extent. For instance, some permanent chief will tell me, say, you don't know what's in the CSA, you don't even tell me say don't collect that or not collect. How can you do that in the chief where the permanent chief they survive? Because we know indicates job roles of the CSCs and the CCSC where we open for say, permanent chief, this and that job role, now this you go take for supervisor, now this you go take for assessor. We know people reach out every day. So that all of that will be like a new. One of the problems that don't say on the issue now to say, they're not going to tell you whether they can balance. Obviously, they're not going to tell you because you don't tell you qualification for whether CAC or CAC. You will not take a number because you get small connector with no qualification. No. All of those questions. Now they want for answer now. And then we move forward. So the immediate supervisor of the CAC and the CCAC are the primary chiefs. The CCSC fall directly under the supervision of the DO and the SDO. The CSCs in the chiefdoms are directly answering to the power chiefs. Because they are being paid from the consolidated level reform, now that they fall now as part of the staff component of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs. But their supervision primarily is that of the power chief. The CCSC primarily and the DO and the SDO. The CSCs that are attached to the chiefdoms are directly answering and are being supervised by the power chiefs. But like I said, one of the power chiefs they talked about the staff complement of the police and the court. Thankfully, when they got the passes fought back to the Ministry of Local Government. So when they invite the court back to the Ministry of Local Government, the court's officers will not be part of the staff complement of the power chiefs in the kingdom. So that piece is settled. Now, the principle, it will mean that we cannot take this discussion beyond these words. Maybe NCPC in my small caucus to try to discuss so that we all agree on a time frame because when I have a bigger opening in the ministry, let me engage the business department so that we get a prescribed time frame within which we cannot get the book printed. Because until that is done, we are not going to get them on time. So we need to take this discussion forward. So I want to encourage the NCPC chairman here for them to get the other colleagues so that we can agree on a common time frame. And then upscale that to the ministry and we will take a lead for bringing government printing department into the discussion. So based upon my own agreed time frame, we will now prepare on the government printing department for agreeing to that and then start to run and get these books on time. I think that could be the way forward.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, now to the CA. The policy, the country we talk about revenue. Normally, as soon as you left there, that is the past and holiday. What makes a commitment to get from the part of the council information? One, this way we don't talk, we put it into action. Secondly, waiting on our commitments to transparency with regards to revenue collections.
Thank you very much. Of course, as I say, I will tell the property they all thank you because the commitment will be one first start from them. And most of them don show am today, and I will not begin with one or two of them wey really give commitments. But as I dey tell you, when we start as of the chief dogs, cut off the name between the CAC and the paramount chief, and they start that from the statement. Because when you go to paramount potential, really, maybe the CAC don't take some paramount and not the same. So that one challenge really will be easy. Then the CSM, some of them when you go to the chief dog, when you go to the woman, you get chairman and the woman. So in the final say that the CSC not dey on top of situation and the woman and the chairman. You go work out with the CSC and the woman, then you pass the chairman down before we talk anything. So this na be a serious challenge. But on the side of the environment, they don't give you commitment because we don't get meetings. Then some day I don't meet one or two and then chief dog. Like DS we dey talk this one, they say we get JC paramount children wey dey against them as they are against us, very very cooperative. One of the one I know na Chief Dora, very cooperative. He always, when I go to am for any business, he just dey hope to win. When I go for call, they call am. What puts this man long and make sure to let me ready the car. They said it gladly. They said because you sit down at times, you know supposed to happen. So most say the chairman dey back na dem woman and dem power. The CCA said they don't know what to happen. So let them connect. We try to find out that they no one way to their board from CCA, the chairman there and they in charge. We cannot go institute certain thing and rumor as we talk back. And different thing. One I go stop at the meeting, they go talk fine. As soon as I talk back, and different thing they happen. So this na the challenge, but with the commitment, we don't start. We don't really go out. We don't really go institute. But one thing happen with this Sandman, Traders Union, they give me some headache when we try to go to the woman. For no go see. Because you see some business, you see what the person dey sell, then the person dey pay 5 million for the whole woman for the day wey dey sell 5 million. Now we go say this for the store according to what you see. You go see woman be at the end of the day. So try to raise the price so that see your way there, then can be true. Say. We know for this because people that dey pay transport for gold, they go sell this, that, one, anything. But at the end of the day, man, when they don't sell the woman, they don't see. So when we start for gold, we make sure say now we print the tickets, all the goods. Then after that, now we clean the place. So all of them they have a challenge. So now when we start to delay the place, we don't say this is the time we can stop them all for let we talk. So this is very clear. I believe say any chief governor will enter the CCAC. Hence the chairman does say una clear the CCAC for beautiful support. But some will not get that support from. So this na one way that so hence we don't get the commitment from them. We own commitment and always say because we want the money for them to do what to do. So the other one transparency on which we do. Now that's the most of the account can say when we need this connection between the two chief governor, you find out say most of what we do now for run the administration and for take care of the office where I believe say any government will go say something that happen even though when they get money from government. And we get indigenous and we are auxiliary staff. We like people Bombali districts that we get about 20. We are indigenous and we pay every month. All our day are from the tax what we get. If you see our council now, all those they use so in terms of lights, in our media office cleaning, all of this are from the revenue. Because if we don't collect better revenue, one day convert now for income according to standard, that will be if I call an register, if we say for collect that half money, I will collect them for the rest. But 12 children, we get half. I believe so, no go one side. That's 12 children we get. But we will prioritize the development and the area because the priorities of the pay tax, let you see what's in the apple. So within this area where we collect first property and other things, the ultimate people that they comply now because of the social media. One major thing where they talk the layer for the budgetary as a district. Right now we fight very strong for all make sure and as I tell you right now, there's more than 300 clients with the support collectively. Then we also ministry them where they can get choke up when money no come and through that way we can back up them. They can tell now all the exams that they sit under education this is the money no come and cancel and instead for give for them to supervise the NPSC and the other exam that really happen. So that they all are benefits for me. So this is the commitment today, but the more the transparency, but the more we collect the money, the more we can know. And as we work on that before we committee them, we set up with other strategy the chief of flow over. For this one only I won't collect. What is this chief of collect? So we will say, Lord make a price for this chief of or Lord projects like this particular chief of for this particular money. So we get all that intention, the money not come. We will talk and not happen. So I want to tell when I want to take a plan for the government children and the also them commitment. So we said our commitment that the association will pay, we will do more developments and this.
Yeah, so here we don't actually use it, but I think we will get for documenting it so that we also will display as the law say, whatever we will do, we will have to display in constitutional places. So that people will see. Because now, not for everybody there for you to know what you do. But what you do for the show and notice boards, for the show and chief of headquarters town, for the show and entire basis, I think we need to move to that. So I asked you, so will you take this one 30 minutes or we go down to camp? Which would be fun? Power chief then. Long also. Alright, let's move quickly to the last presentation. One question we ask, in terms of evaluation, we say the committee now will agree. When we meet, we agree on how much full time pay, the top we pay. We not determine an area. We say that committee based on the strategy, they will call you now and sit together and we agree at a price. So we come to the issue of the MOUs. The MOUs then. MOU basically means memorandum of understanding. When the colleague they present this morning, it shows the revenue system as provided for inside the local government act where council suppose for collect. Now we notice say as much as council they give this power for collect, they get challenges from the figures that when they come. For instance, the law say council collect market use, but they are getting zero. Meanwhile, we get over 13 markets there waiting on the district. So it tells you say there is an issue. Property, normally any time where I go, I can ask simple question, any host day, now this country, or now this kingdom, or now this district, where you know they eat 100 euros per week? Any host day? You know the other so if you assume say every host pay 100 euros, I believe they will get past 50,000 euros in the Bombali district. Then they don't know able for giving that 5 million cents we'll talk about. Just 100 euros. What? Just multiply 100 euros by 50,000. What? So why? Islam. Religion. That's the egg up. That's the egg up. Not so. Why you not back? Right? So we ever take the issue to the church. The church they will pay tax. The people that wey do the history of the church, they tell you say before now the church and governance are one. Now we turn the split governance from the church. Right? So, and the scriptures again and the Bible will tell you say for pay tax. Even by the Quran, he did it. So let me take sensitization to the religious house system. If the imam then begin tell me you ain't go pay tax, if they say you want to go heaven, or all the pray when they pray, God know the answer. But how you go pay tax? If you can just afford 100 euros per house, na house. In order to forgive at least 2 projects then, be able to do 1 project or 2 projects. Now this na cheap doors. Within 5 years, you do 10 projects, you make progress. Right? Now, the MOUs them can not only change the law, but waiting, that a memorandum of understanding. Now you get this function, you don't get councillor, you get permanent chiefs, you get what members of parliament. But the critical thing where we for notice is that the development is enshrined on local councils, and they get responsibility for development. So even if you get MPs there, when they say, one, now make me MP, and they can't make bridge, they don't say not to a work. Right? We don't say now they work because of councils, they don't limit our waiting to legislation and oversight. Council and they into development. Because now they into development, they give them the revenues they need. The parliament will pass the laws then and parliament and they give them the revenues because they don't say they don't need their responsibility. So the essence of the MOUs for make sure say the 2 people that sit down say okay we not go and again for go collect but una dey do A, B and C. We say they go B and C. We 2 go do A, B and C. When we collect, una go get something. Who go get something? Council account. The money when the council will get, not over the chairman, now for go to the waiting, the local council account. And we created a 3rd column when at the district office because the district office also get for providing oversight, you get for mandate if the confusion happen because sometimes even when we do the MOUs, we know they get things very right. Right? They so they can arbitrate because next time get for water. Let's get small team. So basically, if you look at the MOUs, all this is showing the revenue source them. Now we get fees and charges. Inside the day, 90 day, evacuation day, all the other fees they will they talk about. Right? Now now this column. So if I have say for Bombali, I they do well because Yanda not to one revenue source, we get Boku revenue source. Where the baskets now they call them fees and charges. So the council supposed to sit down with each of the 12 chiefdoms. Look at the revenues they when they want, let the chiefdom lead in terms of collection for them. Right? So now in the MOU. Now the MOU gets all this na introduction. But the basic thing you get your objective. The objective now for mobilize revenue. For make sure say the revenue we don't lose. Because of we not being together, we try to get out. For strengthen the cooperation, because once we talk about money, we talk about development. Right? For strengthen community participation, once we put too money, we will also put too much for the development and determine whose side they go. And for above all, for reduce the over-reliance on councils from government. Some councils the way government not saying grants, that's not happening, almost close. They always see it. They therefore do a monitoring of examination. Government don't get money. If they sell this done, they don't get revenue. That activity they know they happen. And it's critical. Right? So these are all some of the reasons why we want this MOU. But we repeat, the MOU not for change the law supreme. The MOU now for put 2 people together, they get understanding. And what's the problem? No, nobody not complain, they are fine. So responsibility there for the chiefdom, and responsibility dey for the council, and responsibility dey for the two, and we get responsibility also for the district office. So inside the MOU, these are some of the responsibilities. Chiefdom sensitization for lead the planning, right? For agree on the schedule of revenues there. When are they your revenues where they want chiefdom for collect? For collaborate with the authorities, for recruit revenue collectors, right? When and for also train the revenue collectors, and they will not see some once they are there na Bojo Street. The keeper wake up, the woman tools in markets. He get pikin. Next, I just come. Before the woman, he say, hey, I just come. Before the woman, he tell her, say, I just come. Wait, laugh, you know, I tell her, you. He try to pull the cup up in the process, all things away. Because why? They don't get the right training. And when you don't get the right training, now first day when you come and say, just hold on, I want the money for this. And those things happen. Some of we people in our markets, what they sell in our market, we see those things. Because of poor training. So training is very much important. Now therefore print and above all therefore initiate for establish what we call an escrow account. An escrow account is an account where like when they get 12 children, so forget 12 escrow accounts. The escrow account and account between the council and the chiefdom. Who sign they go put them money and when they collect. Because we get for shame. If we get for shame, I know they go put on their account. Council account, where money can they get for you user. But that escrow account, the chiefdom and the council for the signatories to have. So that they do the enough for share. If we don't agree, say council get 30 per head, chiefdom get 30, council get 60, district office get 5. When the quarter done, they go see what they do after when they don't do the reconciliation. Then they write check. District council, write checks, chiefdom account, write check, district office. That is the essence of this escrow account because it is build trust. So all man, now we two get the account. Nobody know they will go put money without the other person. So confidence today. When you build that confidence, everybody go put the effort. They don't say yes, if you money go, money get for campaign, the chiefdom. Then council get for lead in the monthly and quarterly reconciliation. Then we deal with money. So the people who they handle them, they get for reconcile. Right? For make sure say all things wey is supposed for the inside, na in the inside. Then you get the next when the responsibility of the chiefdom. The chiefdom the key responsibility for collect the revenues as provided for as agreed inside the MOU. Right? They also get for prepare monthly statements. Who's receipt when they give, how much issue, how much money they, and for make sure they also then bank quickly, right? Inside the account, that special account there. You give copy to the chiefdom, you give copy to the council, who will watch how much they go inside the account. Then for provide security, we talk about the issue of the police. We need for maybe who sign in there, we employ people. Then for organize, for make the bylaws and also implement them. Right? We know the limit to which we will do bylaws, and then the sensitization, for lead the sensitization. Then we get joint responsibilities. Okay, the district office. What are the role of the district office? The district office no dey for chiefdoms. The district office dey for represent the Ministry of Local Government. So therefore, monitor the implementations of the MOU. Therefore mediate if the issue dey. Therefore support also the of the process and escalate issues them wey dem no able to address to either the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Local Government. So because of that, DSF also get something. Then we get joint responsibility where the two parties dem for do, for recruit, for reconcile, for establish escrow accounts. I register, they say CAC they go 1 month. You know they in office. And then the CAC I get that issue because once we get that report, they will told the salary. Right? That is not supposed to happen. if he permanently report anybody, but one way on a government will manage. Anyone but we no work for how much, then they pull him in now. You know they get salary. Right? So nobody not be exemption to that day. So together and conduct sensitization. So these are the revenue sources then we talk about, right? So basically, this na in day of the MOU. So you see, we try to do this for just a guide. Yeah, you get the chiefdom. Each chiefdom, like what would they so? You get 12 MOUs. You know, means say the terms should be the same. One, the revenue sources them, the possible say they are not the same. Where you want to collect for you. So you list them all. You see now evacuation, sand mining, beach fees, these are all fees and charges. So you can list them as they apply. Then when I put the percentage, this now that they agree. Nobody know the imposer. The two, right? One man for no waiting and work, the other one for no waiting and responsibility. Then we wanna agree on a rate. Once we don't agree, if we say every month spoke total on, if we this person forget 40%, if now 100 use the then they get 40. The district get 5, this one get 55. We wait for the other quarter back. But all this will be communicated in the MOU. Right? Now, the idea of sharing is not bad. So the Ministry of Local Government design, the Powerman Chief and the CAC design, the Ministry of Finance design, right? Now, why we not forget with sharing? It will lead me to the next thing where they talk about the financial management of public funds. When we say share between the chiefdom and the district, now make it very clear if I go to the chiefdom account. And the chiefdom account is public money. For use public money, we are guided by laws. And today, we just want to remind you now of the PFM Act of 2016. Right? This is now more for the CAC then. Right? Now, we are the CAC then. When I get a copy of the PFM 2016 Act, when I will get another. Some of them get why not all CCAC. So when somebody they come in, like waiting DSA, waiting at the first thing for do. We supposed to educate and also we supposed to orientate and the Powerman Chief talk and just now. We get for pool some of the things that we can show now. I'm gonna say. If they find you one thing, straight away, anti-corruption don't hold you for not doing your work. And we self, you know they go take work like how they so. I go talk now, take money once you talk for look at that so revenue. But if they say they want person for doctor business, I don't go there because not to be work. Because I go there and go cause problem, right? So now let me listen. Waiting section 105 of the PFM Act say, it said. In accordance with this paragraph, where they inside the local government act of 2004 now 2022, a local council for a locality is responsible to A, approve the budget of chiefdom administration within their locality, and B, oversee execution of budget by the chiefdoms. So which means it's a must. Every chiefdom for developing budget, we have to prepare a budget where now the chiefdom council they do this. That's what the law says. And the council gets Powerman Chief there where they sit in the council, they get MP. The law say council for approve their own budget 1 month to the beginning of the fiscal year. So for 2026 budget, latest the 1st of December, they for the approval. The latest on or before December 1. So meaning again, by December 1 of any time earlier, all chiefdom budget, 12 chiefdom budget, suppose for that day, whether that through the CAC or through the Powerman Chief where they sit in a council, let be part of the approval and process. Otherwise, anybody spend money when no they inside that document day, now misappropriation of government resources, public resources. and it's a chargeable offence. And most of we not dey prepare budget. Two of us. So if the budget no dey, then nothing no dey for approve. If the budget no dey, then nothing no dey for oversee. So missing out on it. We therefore look at that thing there. Wetin the law say further? E say section 105 say by short date and a short form as may be specified by the minister. In this case here, the PFM Act, where we say minister and the Minister of Finance. Every chiefdom administration shall submit to the Minister of Finance and the Minister responsible for local government one, approved by the relevant council. It's a must that we have to submit our budget to the Minister of Finance, to the Minister of Local Government. 2. B. In their budget execution report, in addition to budget execution report and financial statement of local council, refer to paragraph C of section 86 subsection 3 and section 103 subsection 4. What did this tell me? Your budget execution report, quarterly report, monthly report. Una for the do for the month, how much revenue come, how we spend that revenue day. So if you be say we go into revenue sharing and you are getting revenue, you get for the report how much of that revenue they come, how we utilize that. But above all, any spending has to be from the budget. Any spending we spend, if for me inside the budget, if you know really, that's mismanagement of public fund, they can charge you. Section 105(3). They said the minister may require at any time a chiefdom administration to submit to him any report and information in such form and by such date as may be determined by the minister. When the minister receives this information under subsection 3, they shall send the report or information to the minister responsible for local government. So this is just an additional. Say, even when you say for do this, then the minister can ask any chiefdom administration for submit any report and in any form. When you get them, you go send them. Or if you not use for do first, the basic one. This is not going to be other problem. Now let's go further. Section 83. This in terms of reporting. And I'm glad you went to the parliament before saying about the capacity of the CA. When term reach for the good people, we have always said it. The CAC, even if na make itself, let do small accounting. You see what the law say? He said, a chiefdom council should prepare an annual financial statement in compliance with short, internationally accepted accounting standards as specified by the Accountant General in consultation with ICASL. CAC is collaborating ICASL. This is an institute of chartered accountants in Sierra Leone. So they expect to say we have to prepare our financial statement in internationally accepted standard. And section 2, subsection 2, further now for say the chiefdom administration account should be prepared, should be structured in accordance with the relevant chart of account adopted by the local councils. We are not using a chart of account. We are not the Canada council. All of these things are done by the finance department. Then they do the finance department of the local councils. Then they do the wire. So you see why we need to work together. If we don't work together, they able to train una now na 12. They able call una na can you una training, right? But if you are not a cooperation on it, so you don't even get the capacity. And anyone tomorrow wey ACC call and say they want for come audit you financial statement to go you don't go school. Not only losing your job for years, for all the money wey don spend, wey don act financial statement, they can act 3 years. You go west. So we need for build this cooperation. In the process, we go build capacity, we go do wetin the law. The law no get excuse o chief there. MP, let tell me the importance of the law. You go against the law, anybody wey dey jail na the law you go against too. anybody wey go jail na breach don breach the law. And when breach the law, there are only things. You are either fined or what, or jail, or sometimes you dey even see that they jail you, then they fine you. Right? Now, section 86 is a Chiefdom requires Chiefdom administration to submit annual financial statement to audit service Sierra Leone 3 months after the end of the financial year. Also, within 9 months, submit to the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General their audited annual financial statement for the financial year together with the auditor report with the audit report of the Auditor General. It's too much. Where PC, where we not call PC, no, that they pass the law. Eh? That law is here today. Eh? This is 2016 law where they pass. No, in fact, this is not for the power chief. Yesterday, we did a blog on the power chief said there are no acts. There are no entry requirement. The only requirement is the devil belong to a wood in house. Full stop. Also, this na administration work. Just like the right. Call you as CA in a FO, you know you do this. You do the committee, the parliamentarian, and they come. Then the old chairman, no, they're not the old chairman, no, now they're the old. CA, not the owner. CA, finance officer. If I not the CA, then the old. You go fair winner for you, finance officer. I agree with you, but not for you, recruiter. Of course, it can implicate you because if you are not guided, it can also allow you to do things where they are against the law. Then in the process, you get roped into the problem. Because some of them will say, oh, now the permanent chief, they say, "Lad, do this." But I don't say, "We are not decided anything." They say, "Oh, now say, we deny." Exactly. No, you will get my way to can't talk for you. But being not able to come out, definitely. I agree with you. So, but we are just saying, this is 2016. So, Chief, this for just for transparency, responsibility there with public money. Responsibility there with public money. And all of them money I will talk about na public money because the essence of tax na for service delivery. They will allow the administration, but the service delivery is very, very much important. So as much as we dey yarn for their revenues, they allow also understand the responsibilities wey go with them money there. So when you want more and when they give more, they have more to account for. And as we go into them, full implementation of their strategies and their MOs there, we believe say we Chiefdom account and they can begin get money. And once they attract more money, then audits will begin put the idea for make sure say all of them things there where the law say they do am. And thankfully, we also know a leave from the deputy secretary for say then they think for how they may mainstream them, meanwhile also tagging qualification. Right? Because then we are going to be waiting the roles of the CAC. Everything we are going to do there will be the roles and responsibility of the CAC. So as a paramount chief now, you get responsibility now when the temperature and when the budget. Because the budget actually is the council, the chief of council, not to one man. I can give you briefly how the structure of the local council they look back at. Can you help us please? Quickly, just 2 minutes. And then we now the last we can just take questions and we go for lunch. Just 2 minutes back up. So these are some of the things that know if you not answer queries inside 15 days and the only but we don't dey talk about queries because we don't dey prepare nothing. So in a case as this. Right? Let's go quickly to what the budget will look like. So this is more the district office. We need for step up for no waiting of a CAC. CAC will not see some of the responsibility there. They don't give you a TOR, but the law already don't give you a TOR for do. what you supposed to do, and you cannot say, hey, I don't know. This my ask now, some of you I believe they even look at the there to America. So 2004 has been reviewed. Now 2022. We don't even get up. So this an example of market get two Lumade, we get two this. If we go into revenue sharing, take all the revenues, mine charges, all things which they do, or maybe these are revenues that we can get for 10, we can get some of the soil every year, we can give money, we can still budget for it because we have public money, right? If you get that, wherever you understand the chief law, we have put that. So, we can get government subvention because government dey pay una salary for the night budget, then they pay you, then they pay the CAC, you put at there. So that constitutes your total revenue as a chief law. Your subvention plus your own revenue. Now you come to the expenditures. If you come to the expenditure item, the subvention I come, that's why they they get development. So now if you come scroll, this is not just chart in terms of revenue, meaning 74% of the chief of the revenue will come from government for pay salaries. Local tax 18%, fees and charges small percent, mining revenues 5%, all the other revenues then 3%. As provided, this profile can change depending on the revenue type the way again in council, now in chief door. So when come back to expenditure, the same 74. Now show back in terms of your expenditure. The recurrent is 15, capital 6, development 5. Let's go. Now we go to the annual, the work plan now. Yeah, so this give the revenues then, we give the 108, this one give the expenditures then, and the revenues if you do a balanced budget. Your revenues must be equal to your expenditures. So let's go to the work plan now. The budget, real budget now. Let's go. So this is the work plan. So now, this can tell you a chart of account. But chart of account will be too much for talk. Yeah. So let's just say activity code, the activity description. This now from government, when I just get inside on a budget, just for reporting. When you go, let's go. So this is the real expenditure now. Where camp and recurrent, you get provide stationery, hello, official reception and entertainment. So when chief they go and place people and they go, you get for make food for them. You budget for that. The chief in travel 1,000. When chief they call and permitting, you get for take money. You budget for that. the donation. So this na the rebates, the pool tax, the local assessment. So this form dey recommend. You even if chief dem call you na free turn na parliament, you use public money. If you no dey na the budget, na ineligible expenditure, na mismanagement of public resources. Right? Then you go to capital expenditure, you say okay, they buy furniture for your office. You dey buy calculator, you dey buy washing material, some side dey there for wash. Now, we wey dey na every villages there, your man no dey work again free. You get for me wetin? Incentive for labor, all for the for don now. You budget for am. Right? Anything wey you dey spend for, you budget for am. Let's go. So in terms of the development activity, you say you want to do one court parade, you rehabilitate the court parade, and the other last activity I think now for rehabilitate the chief of police. These are just activities. The bottom line is, if we're able to itemize revenues, if we're able to itemize how you want to spend those revenues, and that's way for the spend. So when you get this type of budget, the chief of committee council approval. When they prepare and they do the approval, you send it to council, they can get approval. By law, copy for go to the Ministry of Finance, copy for go to the Ministry of Government. Then the local council gets responsibility now for monitor the implementation of that budget by law. When the quarter done, every quarter you for make a report of how you implement that budget. At the end of the year, if you're able to do a financial statement, we dey for audit you. So this na the big responsibility that we dey put for the chief dog. I want to tell you, I want to thank you, and now we open the floor for discussions. And I thank you. So I don't say now the topic as it is also. All right, so how is that? Okay, I don't say when I want waiting. When I get email, when I get to this man, you do it for now. Just sit down. All right, okay, CCAC, just sit down. So. With all due respect, I just want to give the CCAC chance for begin talk on this because you're more related to the CACs and they don't be talk nothing. So, with your due respect, sir. All right.
Good afternoon, all. This meeting is really timely. Of course, I want to start with Mr. Salman and about the budget. I think I've been on the talk to the CACs about this budget. That any expenditure without budget is not correct. Number two, I don't take the honors because I don't inherit main cash book for any children in any children, but we don't take the honors. Then they can bring them now. Sooner or later, the CACs will get their cash books. And that notwithstanding, all this way Mr. Salman and Mr. Barry don't explain. It's not explained to me. Don't go and Konadugu, accommodate, I go Kono. Coming back to the revenue mobilization between council and chiefdoms. Now the relationship between council and the district office now it look very weak, really weak. Because I know what I do kono, don't meet with the other colleague, who then go there, we don't talk about this revenue mobilization. The other area we don't touch now on the percentage in revenue sharing. Again, the collectors then get 5%, the district office and the chiefdom get your percentage and the council get your percentage. And let the CSA not help all other revenue collection, you get 40% to 60%. No. There are some, like property rates, the council responsible for development, they get more percentage than the kingdom. Coming back to the same revenue mobilization, it surprised me for Liary from CA, move Naya, go up to Tamasiki. Because if they get the manpower, he will not go there. And if they contact and meet with the senior district officer, they know they go there. Because all the paramount chiefs seated there, they answerable to the senior district officer, where like a good friend. So if you meet the senior district officer of this district, when I sit and talk about capacity, I think the CACs, they will be in place for some better. Because they just bring this sample and Kono, they go from one NGO, they can attach to say then they collect revenue. After they don't collect, all man loss. They go outside and they go. But the CACs are there. They will know about. And if they misuse the fund, we will not say we will stop their salary and not that, but therefore suspend them as well. Because they are under supervision. Unlike any other revenue collector, we then go higher. Again, Nakono, after we don't go through, they ask, they say, every paramount chief will send somebody where you can help for collect revenue for council. But the bottleneck there, they say, now would I go stand guarantee for that revenue, the possible way they say they can't help for collect revenue. Right, stand guarantee in case it is appropriate. I think we will talk there to stop some time. But the CACs, now their residents, now the chiefdoms, they know all the corners of the chiefdoms, and they are being respected by the town chiefs. Because when CAC go inside, they say na paramount chief say na the senior district officer say. So you just have to comply. So I really happy when they say the council for come very close to the district office. They're going to make revenue. Definitely. Even the licenses, they're going to collect them. Because council will not be everywhere in the kingdom, but the CSCs are there. Yes. Yes, I don't know it. You say 1 minute. Yes, sir. Coming back to this evaluation, revenue collection, if we use the main checkpoints for the collection, I don't know how many people go there when you collect this. Because council will get in your staff. Now the main checkpoints. But I believe the chiefdom in which these produce are coming, this will also benefit. That's the essence of this, how you call it, that common account, escrow account. But we will able to know the chiefdom, we will able to know exactly what is being collected and what is being launched into that account. These are some of the challenges we put up to the FPD family. Because in Konadugu, the one moving from this particular chiefdom, then they collect, and then finally the council can collect in you. And even Kono, then they can collect now the main checkpoints for left Kono. And from there, this property rates collection, I think CACs then there will be the appropriate person for deliver these demand notices. Because they know the chiefdoms, and then they know the structures. After the evaluation officer will not talk to them, then automatically they will go out. They are not going to receive salary for that. They are working for that chiefdom. So then will be the most appropriate somebody for giving like who do for no. The evaluation officer will produce and will he prepare them. He give me CSs. They went out. All right. Now I will stop there because of time, please.
Yes, let me just take from one CSC and then we'll go to the power.
Mina Philip CSC Agbanti. I'm very happy for this particular moment where they give me this opportunity for that talk. The only thing they talk now, we CSC don't get more responsibilities when we don't can give as more than before. But I want for plead to una way they talk directly to government. The responsibility when I don't can give is more than the salary where they receive from government. Reason being, you don't expect me for there, I work the money not even reach 2 million, 2,000 where they can come as a CSC. They buy a lot what they use for that complement the effort of the chiefdom. We don't work at the entire chiefdom. So then the money they use when the money is done. Now just take the number now. You never use it. So if they talk now for how we do work, they are when we talk to government. We are respectable people. They represent the senior district officer, now the chiefdom them. As me, Paramount Chief, where the administrator, where you don't talk now, I believe say with the CSC they will get responsibility because the Paramount Chief, most of the time they back meeting and we take up the responsibility for work so hard for make the chiefdom go before. Then the Paramount Chief then see we say we and them now we for work together. After the Paramount Chief now the CSC because the speaker will only act when the Paramount Chief not there. Now we for work together we see eye to eye and for put the chiefdom go before. So if I talk now this number just one add on behalf of the CSCs. Thank you.
Yes, please just hold it. We'll give you time to respond. Please. Yes, let's come to the Paramount Chief together. ICB are helping for us, but let me still work out to the Paramount Chief. Yes. Yeah, I don't say this is not different.
Yes, and I mean just one for endorse the statement. And the CCC, I want for that I could pay to this body that get that cordiality between the district council and the district office will be cordial. This one you come at the results, especially when they closer to the district headquarters. The father for civil revenue, when they have achieved them, they overlap. Bombali district council they go collect revenue like the district council, then even the city council they go back for go collect revenue that the neighboring children. Why? Because there is no boundary limitation. And even the one where they go collect revenue, they know that the people they say here and here is the boundary between the city council and the district council. They are one necessarily become very fair, especially now this year. We see them, they have been charged with the responsibility for them to collect revenue. I think it's a rather suggestion.
Yes, sir. But Salman, I want to be. If you man get one parade, what they say, I did retire. We want for action now, big money. For them now, all them meeting here, achieve the level. Let the message reach to people there. for say you get for the pay for your oath, you get for the pay for this, you get for the pay for that. First of all, they are the way authorities the way dem dey wey dem suppose for pay tax, if dem dey work for government or any parastatal wey dem dey wey dem suppose for pay one time tax, let dem cut am from source. Wey some of you be fortunate for dey na ultimate country, but put in the way dem dey pay check na dem dey cut all thing. But the most important thing wey atima for na ya na for make una let una make the kingdom dey not far. Let una make chance. Let the hearing from una say if you no pay this tax and this and this and this get for happen to you. Then una don help the day. We need for get revenue. We need for mobilize revenue. For we me from what dem tell me primary chief. One day I don see. I think the only thing dem wey dey sign check na for pay the remanded. Now you know because that's not in America. So one for now they raise funds for children. Then thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I'm going to be hearing the response on the capacity, especially on the evacuation. For the I don't know. Okay. The one point I've been on for church back, the question of the local taxes. Me one suggestion on this police say, we all know say the one major time when people then they get money now, every village in this country now harvest season. If they go able for the Brixton book here, say around middle of September, they distribute them book here, and end of January, by the 31st of January, all months for not pay on tax. That may be very good for all of us. Now that suggestion that we have for me. Because always harvest season, money day flow. Thank you.
So all of them here when I talk to the general strategy. When for implementation planning, when for print, when for pay, when for enforce, all they decide.
On the evacuation, okay. If you want for the objectively, you will say you do it by the weight of the truck. What did I suggest earlier? But yes. So how they for where we reach at checkpoints? We reach the I tell you now exactly cost, right? So imagine for the year we reach now others for the expensive. Right? Because that's the way for Perani, they do that then dump sites, like the marketing dump site, where the truck, they go to the village. But expensive. So let me be practical. You can do me say we get number of tire or the eye test. Right? We train the person within a checkpoint for look at this truck and come up with a reasonable amount, but just seems right from year to year. Yes, now you get for access. Yes. Yes.
So chief, let me say we are there for form a committee.
Yeah, for access.
They set all their rates ready, right? Now we know una locality. Now we know instance. A truck load of charcoal not go pay the same price as a truck load of timber or a truck load of rice. Definitely. Exactly. So, but una go sit down. Now the essence now dey follow una sit down and understand wetin una dey do. Yes, the NSA.
I just want to talk on two things here. One, get for do with the law or the talk, and also for create awareness. But the awareness, I think we forgotten the process. Because NSA come from civil society or for all the process. But one thing they go to, I think we get forget an internal strategy here. Because this local tax alone, they go a long way for address revenue generation drive. Let's say, for example, we target drivers union. Now, we dey tell they say each and every driver you can tax, you responsible. You dey see. Now, these are all strategies for lobby if they talk about the law, but we also need to offend something when they say we can take it. You understand? Then the other thing again, for us as CSOs, we actually want to make sure say we start the process now for every council. If they see Harouns in Bombali own local tax books, then you know, when they go to their offices. Because now the office they go tax say, I know we will they pay, but no, we go on spot check now. Then you pay and you owe the receipt. But the one when they can pay, not paying, it's not local tax. So meaning they beat the try to deprive the process. So we want to take that ownership, that responsibility for make sure say we launch this program, but that has to do with the district council for to do a map of strategy as to how to keep the process.
We launch it now. We don't violate the full man. As you say, if you look at the strategy, there is so much of meetings. For let the strategy begin for work, it means the council get for meet with necessary people here again and all other key stakeholders. Right? So this morning will come. Now the DS, we also want to use this opportunity for the DS respond and close the session for we. Beyond the DS in closing, we know say most of we get for work. We provide small transport allowance, and I think yes, at least if we will go to this is not government, you know say government. Government. So chief get go, the transport you go to now you. No, you have a cost and doctor right, so then we provide people by the distance and where they come out. And I think we get two way come out far, then they will get the essay because of that they don't wait to return. Right, so we will call on the DS for let it just wrap up for me. Over to you, DS.
Thank you so much. First of all, why should they talk about the DSA? I want to bring out to Paramount Chief. The government realized the importance of this meeting, make the government go out of the way for raise some funds for host this meeting. We not that much, but it's also very important for this discussion at this time. So whatever little is provided at the big, let me appreciate at the big, please, because all we try to do now for facilitate una can and food, and then una go again. Because this meeting, we're not going for push again. We need to get up at this time. So tomorrow we go there to Bombali, and the other day we go there Kenima. We afford for both instead of bringing all of you together, because we realize the importance of this meeting. So whatever little we get at the big, let me manage. Right? So first I want to tell you thank you for where you must be at the time for come and listen to this discussion. Of course, I know that this meeting could be very helpful for the chairman because he's getting pen plan, for the paramount chiefs because we all get to small plans then for the chiefdoms. But the important thing now for the team they will bring the development. And this discussion don't lay foundation for the build upon that particular team for all the choose one for each. So I want to tell you thank you. I want for wish you a safe trip back to Usai and Usai Unaronkomot. With regards to the CAC, TCA, and the other functionaries, it's another discussion for another day. We will take this discussion to a level, but now not going to be council talk, it will be district office talk. We will come to the district office and have discussion so that we find a way out. And for make sure no other chiefdom functionary that is paid from the consolidated fund not become a victim of the situation we are happy now. So I tell you now, thank you, and wish you now well as we can go back.
Thank you very much, dear. So then they serve, I think they're not giving coupon, but the power chief, they let them just stay inside the day. They will serve them, they will only the camp for also the transport allowance inside the city. So Abubakar Fufana will handle all the administrative expenses. While the food they come now, that will just done. We not to power chief them. We can take a coupon and go out and go take food. And enjoy the DS for telling them plenty taking and for them we cooperate for the good of Bombali district. But I will take it. So alright, so when I see the press where they don't snap a cool picture that they say when I go on the Facebook page so that when I go able to see all the pictures that we don't snap. And also the YouTube channel, the Harouns waiting. So when I go there, when I go able to get all the pictures. Sir? Yes,
No, me not some time. Okay, don't start. I really share on so I never have. Okay, sir.
yesterday live safe. That end I want to.